Hello. I don't know what's going on with the game. But hello, Juan, welcome. I tried. I had it open just now. Well, I started stream and I had it open, but I didn't actually put my headphones on. And then when I put them on, I realized it was just static. Really loud static for the game audio. So I I closed it and I opened it again, but it was still doing it, so I need to figure that out. But how are you doing? I hope you're doing well. I may or may not have also just woke up from a nap. I was so sleepy. I was really worried I wouldn't be able to wake up actually. I was like, oh man, I feel like it's already past 7. I was like, in my mind, I was like, oh, I bet it's like 7:20 or something right now. Which, I mean, I guess right now it is, but then I checked my phone and it was like, 6:50 something. So I was like, oh, I woke up. I woke up with time to spare. Okay, let me try opening the game again. I will mute the audio for you guys for now though, just in case it is staticky again, so that you guys won't have to hear it. Let me hide the game for now too. Okay. Okay, let me see. Just, I don't know if it's a problem with my headphones, maybe actually. Because I think I was working fine with my speaker earlier. Unplug and replug those back in. Okay, now let's try launching again. And let's see. Is it staticky? It's normal. Okay, very cool, very cool. Hell yeah. Problem solving at its finest. Okay, let me make everything visible and audible then. Okay, this should be good now. Hey y'all, hello Evaneko, welcome. How are you doing? I just woke up from nap. I was sleepy. Very sleepy. Honestly, right now I'm still like, oh, bed is so comfy. If I could go back. Noah's main menu music, yeah. Perfect for the chill talk we're having right now. I know, I do like it too though. It's fun when it comes up in the game. But yeah, okay. I guess I will just load up the save file now. Continue. Load on, that's right, we were... Oh, I need to pull up, I need to pull up the guide again. Let me do that. Let's see. Wow. Okay. That's nice. We reviewed all the delusions we needed to. Well, we viewed at least 10 of them as per the instructions, but we didn't actually see all of them. But, okay. No, it was this one. That's why we made like an extra save file there, which wasn't necessary, but... And then, that's why we found out Sua and Hazuki knew each other. But, yeah. He was involved also in all of the incidents. So this was the... Oh, that's right, this was when, was... Is this POV Hazuki or Sua? I can't remember, but... It was the man-child case, I think, right? Ah. Wearing only white scrubs, Hazukishino was standing in front of me. Her scrubs were wide open, revealing her bloodied abdomen. Even though her face was a sickly pale, she looked at me with a gentle smile. How was she able to stand? In her hand was a scalpel she slowly laid against my stomach. Or no, I guess this is the victim. Maybe. Yeah. Ugh. She applied some pressure and, with a slight ripping sound, a small incision appeared on my skin. Blood spurted from the wound, dancing through the air before landing on Hazuki Shino's face. And yet, despite that, the same bright smile stayed plastered on her face. I watched in horror and pain as she slowly sliced me open. I had seen this scene once before, back when I had read Hazuki's memories. The man-child case. The pain in my stomach was becoming unbearable. Screaming and sobbing, I tried to escape somehow by thrashing around. My limbs were all fastened to the bed. I was unable to move. Any movement would lead to the pain in my abdomen growing far more intense. 信仰の救いを
あなたに
What? With her hand resting on my cleanly sliced open skin, as if began poking around in the gushing wound with her fingers, that only pierced me with enough agony to shatter my mind. I could very clearly feel the sensation of her fingers writing on the sound effects, and then just started seeing her memories. Sasuke forcefully widened the wound from both sides. The sensation of skin and flesh tearing. Like anesthesia left the pain raw and unfiltered, causing me, along with the owner of the body, to lose consciousness, only to be woken up immediately after by the overwhelming pain. Sasuke kept forcibly widening the wound all the same. The details no longer mattered to me, which is where it hurt, or where specifically on my body the pain was erupting from. I hallucinated all my nerves endings being pierced. I passed out again, but I couldn't escape. He mercilessly forced my consciousness back awake. I let my body with the pain, something that would release me from the suffering. In Hatsuke's hand was a blood-soaked fetus, something that served to only make her smile all the more revolting. Someone was well and truly innocent. She would force the fetus removed from her own body and then plunge it deep inside my abdomen. And the fetus she was gripping tightly and it shoved aside my organs, gouged out my flesh, and gnawed deeper and deeper into me. I began to vomit blood, but even though it threatened to suffocate me, gore-linking screams rose from my drowning throat without end. This was the pain overloading my brain. My head felt strangely foggy. Despite the fogginess, the pain refused to get any more bearable. I began to calm my less sense of what was happening. Pain was all that ruled my mind. As I began withdrawing hand from my
よく
stomach,
我慢できましたね
the very second she finished speaking, suddenly lost consciousness and her body collapsed to the floor. But at the same time, someone else entered the operating room. Thunder shoes reverberated throughout it. I guess this is Suai, but I had no interest in whoever it was. Maybe. Something I was focused on was continuing my volume scream, unable to feel anything but agony. Seeing the unnatural expansion of my stomach, I fell into a panic. Along with the pain, I began to feel an itchiness. Oh, it was itchy, really, really itchy. I wanted to scratch it. My hands were tied to the bed, so I couldn't. Suddenly, a shadow obstructed my view. It was Darth Spider appearing from almost nowhere. He picked up Hazuki in his arms, exited the operating room with her, and then came back alone a few moments later, carrying a sewing needle and some nylon thread. What he was thinking I didn't know until he began to slowly stitch together the wound on my stomach. The pain was practically nothing compared to the pain of having a foreign object shoved inside me, nor the agony of having my flesh ripped open. The spider's sewing was incredibly sloppy. Even a grade schooler could have done better. Every time he pulled at the fishing line, it chafed against the chasms he'd opened in my skin. The itchiness grew more intense. An unbearable itchiness. It seemed to well up from deep inside me. Itchy, itchy, itchy. I wanted to scratch it. If he just let me, I wouldn't even mind if I died. The tingling itch combined with the pain, and yet even more than the pain, the itch threatened to drive me completely insane. Oh gosh. It's horrifying. Honestly. Due to my mental state, it took me a while to notice that the scenery had changed once again. I felt slight relief from the pain and the itchiness, but the sensation hadn't completely disappeared. Even now as I stumbled through Shinsen, I felt an itch in the center of my body. But along with that itch, I felt the sensation of a foreign object in my abdomen, as well as the pain of a needle weaving in and out of my body. They all remained as distinct lingering discomforts, continuing to torment my mind even now. I was on an unlit, rarely used road. As I walked down it, I saw a figure coming toward me. The road was so narrow, we would have had to turn sideways in order to even pass each other. When I saw what the figure looked like, my body turned to ice. Yet again, it was the man dressed as Darth Spider. We passed each other. Darth Spider didn't give any kind of reaction. My heart was beating out of my chest, and then something surfaced in my mind. An incredibly compulsive urge, one that made no sense for me to feel. Huh? Oh my god, I pissed me off like you wouldn't believe. I wanted to kill him. That extremely abrupt feeling drove me forward. The face of my girl was foggy in my memories. I couldn't remember her very well, to the point where I wasn't sure if she even existed in the first place. And yet this thought was crystal clear in my mind. Let me drink some water real quick. Okay. I'd seen his face before. He was the victim of the crucifixion case. Memory launched forward, placing me in a dark, narrow alley. An alley I knew all too well, the scene of the crucifixion. Oh, and in front of me was the victim of that case. He was a middle-aged man. My hands were wrapped tightly around his neck. His body convulsed violently. Bubbles flowed from his mouth. Finally, what it's like to have someone's life disappear in my hand, I felt slightly cold. Eventually, the man stopped moving. When quieted, the perpetrator of this case confirmed he was dead. I released my hands from his neck and let him collapse to the ground. Gave him a single parting kick in the side, then immediately went to leave. I heard a voice, and when I turned around, the man who was supposed to be dead was getting up. I still held him in the back of the head, and then he reached for me. With a yelp, I punched him, knocking him to the ground. But even though his movements were sluggish, he kept getting back up no matter how many times I hit him. I grabbed his neck again. Just as I'd done earlier, but this time with even more force. I wrung my hands tightly around his neck. I put all the strength I had into my grip, applying enough pressure to snap the bones in his neck. He soon stopped moving again. This time, I put my ear up to his mouth, and once I made absolutely sure he wasn't breathing, I let him drop. I watched his body for a while. And then somehow, Shinodai twitched violently and began rising back to his feet. Shinodai was clearly putting him a dead wind, and changing slightly. As we rose up from the ground, he started coming toward me. As I stumbled back in fear, I stepped on something. I looked down at my feet, a large number of cross-shaped stakes. I had to stop him moving, and I had to drive a stake into the monster that I was facing. If I didn't, I'd be screwed. Eliminating the impending danger, I shoved the man against the wall before he could finish getting up. I picked up a stake. Before I knew it, I was gripping a hammer in my other hand. Once again, I found myself in an operating room. But it wasn't the man-child case again. What is it now? Despite knowing that, the pain from that experience, coupled with the sensation of a foreign object in my stomach, continued to torture me. It ground away at my each and every nerve ending. I could see two figures in my field of vision. They both were as still as could be, staring my direction with bated breath. One of them was Darth Spider. And the other was Hazuki Shino. Her scrubs weren't soaked in blood this time, which was what had led me to believe this was a different case than the man-child one. I was lying in a bed. A needle for an IV was embedded in my arm. However, nothing was being injected into me. The liquid in the tube was flowing backward, and the liquid was— oh, blood. Oh, this is the, vampire case, right? All the blood drained. And all the blood that circulated within his body was being sucked out through the IV. At the end of the tube, there was only an extremely dirty bucket. It was filled to the brim with blood. The blood continued to fall into the bucket. Drip, drip, drip. My head felt fuzzy. I was incredibly dizzy. I was assailed by an intensely peculiar sensation, one where a pleasant feeling like my consciousness was floating far away, intermixed with the pain and itchiness left over from the man-child case. Then, as if showing off to me, Darth Spider and Hazuki tenderly embraced each other like lovers. As the two supported one another, Hazuki's face couldn't have looked happier. I couldn't understand how she could make a face like that while in the middle of creating the dried-up corpse from the vampire case. Yeah, but before I could think about why I couldn't understand it, pain grew far more intense. I thought it stopped when my vision got to the dark. My consciousness grew thin and thin until eventually it evaporated completely. The text goes by so quickly on these screens. I then realized this was a vicarious experience. I was being forced to experience the series of New Gen murders vicariously. I was facing the pain of each case, the fear, one by one. If that was true, then there were still 3 remaining. Realizing that, my despair pulled me down even deeper.
Sensei.
Yeah, oh my gosh. Okay, now it's the doctor's death. Someone called out to me and I came back to myself. I should have been in the operating room, but I was standing in the hallway of some hospital.
Takashino sensei.
Unsurprisingly, through no will of my own, my body turned. Behind me was Hazuki Shino, accompanied by a somewhat somber expression.
折り入ってご相談があるんですが、ここだと人目につきますから、こっちに。
Her voice apologetic, Hazuki entered an examination room. My mind screamed, "Don't go!" at Dr. Takashina. But unsurprisingly, my voice didn't reach him. Yeah. Can't change anything here. It was currently after hours at the hospital, so no one else was in the exam room. Hazuki walked steadily toward the center of it. I, Dr. Takashina, followed her without even the slightest doubt. She abruptly stopped. Darth Spider jump scare. Just as I wondered what she was doing, a man wearing something black on his head leapt out from the darkness. Hi, hello Eugene, welcome. How are you doing? I reeled back startled, only for the man to shove something akin to a piece of gauze over my mouth, and just like that my consciousness was stolen away. What about you? I'm good. The sound effects. I woke up from a nap and now I'm streaming. But yeah, this game, there's quite a bit that happens in it. Pretty violent, just so you know. Ear-piercing noise rang through my head. My skull is vibrating violently. It wasn't just vibrating, it was being shaken to dust. I felt that sensation incredibly clearly. Ugh. Sound died down when I opened my eyes, like a collection of numerous eyes. Many lights poured down on me from the ceiling. They shone down on me brilliantly, illuminating my face. Oh yeah, that's right. It was this the one where she was like scooping his brain. No one tuned it to Hazuki said those words, picked up a pair of scissors, and used them to cut away the solid membrane covering my brain. I felt the sensation directly, and immediately following it, seized by a sickening, almost frustrating feeling. However, Dr. Takashi hadn't known that Hazuki had the ability to perform surgery, let alone brain surgery. As a result of this, my mind wept with surprise. Following me, noticing my brain was incapable of moving due to the anesthesia. Hazuki wasn't alone in the operating room. The man wearing black from before, Darth Spider, was there too, but he said nothing. He simply stood in place, not moving a muscle.
人工呼吸器なしで1週間以上生きたっていう事例があるんです。ご存知ですか?
Tiring. Without losing a gentle smile on the face, Hazuki whispered something strange in my ear.
脳がなくてもしばらくは生きていられるっていうことですよね。先生はどれくらい生きられるかしら?
I shuddered. An unfathomable terror rose up from within me. Hazuki held a spoon in front of my eyes, only for it to leave my vision soon after.
Takashina sensei ni shinkou no sukui are.
May the divine light save you. Not wanting, I felt the phone object being forced into me inside my head. Not inside my head in the sense that it wasn't really happening. Something had literally been forced inside my head. There was no pain. However, it was more than enough to fill me with disgust and terror. Hazuki shook off a piece of something on a tray sitting beside me, only my eyes. It was a beautiful pink color, but it smashed into a pulp. Reminded me of a soft salmon roe. Realizing it was my brain, my sense of dread peaked. I pleaded with her. Please stop. Man, Hazuki. Hazuki's hand didn't stop moving. Instead, her expression turned to one of pure ecstasy. Her cheeks were stained a bright scarlet as she carelessly dug through my Takashina's brain. Suddenly, I was having fun. I wanted to laugh. Suddenly, I harbored an intense hatred. Suddenly, I felt happy. Suddenly, a furious lust... she stirred my brain, stirring my emotions along with it. Oh my gosh. Emotions different to what I myself felt boiled up within me. Ah, Violet, don't send too long messages, please. That's a lot of dolphins, but because of these emotions, my mind, heart, and soul were drifting away from the consciousness known as me, forcing me to confront the ambiguity of my own existence. I found myself walking under a railway pass. If I went off the case order this time, it would be the finger food case. Oh, this is the one where they found her, she had ate her arm, or whatever, her hand. As I had expected would happen, my body was now a woman's. I was incredibly hungry. Perhaps the victim had been on a diet or something. I crossed paths with the man in the Darth Spider costume once again. Everywhere I went, he would show up. Considering how much his appearance stood out, why hadn't the police or mass media gotten anything on him at all? It was the first time Darth Spider had said anything. He pointed at my right hand as he spoke. It was a surreal spectacle. This game scary or something? Well, I would say right now it's not as scary. In the beginning, it was fairly scary because you just have no idea what's happening, and there's like murder cases and stuff, and there are like some jump scares. But I feel like now we kind of know more about what's happening. We're just kind of learning the truth of things, so which makes it less scary. But the murders are still really gruesome, I would say. Quite a bit of blood. For some reason, I was holding 5 bare chicken skewers, each one sticking out from the gaps between my fingers. Warm-looking steam rose from them, as did the juicy aroma of cooked meat. Both things further stimulated my appetite. Saliva overflowed from my mouth. Unable to wait another second, I took a bite. A sharp pain shot through my finger, but I couldn't stop chewing. I've never had such incredible delicious chicken in my life. Oh, but it's actually the hand, isn't it? Some of the juices escaped from the meat. It was delectable. It was to die for. In the blink of an eye, I had cleaned the skewers completely. Before I knew it, Death Spider had disappeared. It didn't matter much to me. I didn't even care about that strange man at all. I wanted to keep eating. My stomach cried out for more food. Fingers in my right hand throbbed with pain. My hunger easily overrode it. Once again, I looked at my right hand. That's when I realized I hadn't just been eating chicken skewers. I had also been carrying a large slab of meat. The glorious protein was still fastened to the bone with dripping juices standing there. When I got my hands on this, how long I had it for? Question 2 quickly became unimportant. I stung my teeth. Excruciating pain. I ripped a chunk off, chewed it, tasted it, then gulped it down. The tendon carried a fair amount of fat. I bit deeper. Both my hands and the area around my mouth were greasy fat, but I didn't care. I'd never experienced such incredible flavor before. I don't know if that's fat. I tore the meat off the bone. Fat melted and gushed throughout my mouth, leaving a unique aftertaste. It hurt. For some reason, it hurt so bad I thought I would die, but I kept chewing. Compared to how large the bone was, there wasn't a lot of meat on it. It didn't take long for me to eat it all up. I licked all of the remaining tiny scraps of flesh that clinging to the bone. Each piece I set free. I have slender bones protruding from the ends into not on the bones. Fierce pain ripped through me. Pain so intense I nearly collapsed on the spot. Tears streaming down my face. I tore free one of the bones. Seemed to feel something to crumble. I can't read what it is. All because like my foot, I could no longer read. My legs swung uncontrollably, wrapped on my ankles. Darth Spider was standing right in front of me, writhing in agony. Some bones of my right hand struck the ground. Waves of pain. I would never open my eyes again. Ugh. The sounds. I know, right? Oh my gosh. The imagery is so detailed. Scary. I opened my eyes in a dim back alley. The scenery was a little different from before. I was walking down the alley while leaning on a male Dokyun's shoulder. His face was horribly beaten and he looked like he was about to cry. The 3 of them, including me, were in awful condition. Their clothes were soaked with blood, their faces were ridiculously swollen, and they all had a number of chipped teeth. The person who done this was probably me. It was the 3 Dokyuns that had beat me up, and after that happened, they'd had their torsos torn apart and died. Yeah. Me being Takumi. Once again, the man in the Darth Spider costume was there, standing at the edge of where we were walking. The guy who was lending me his shoulder shouted at Darth Spider, but with his face as it was, any impact it could have had was pretty much halved. Oh yeah, that's right, it was it Suwa, Darth Spider, who told them to mess with us? You can really hear now that it is Suwa in it. One of them grabbed Darth Spider. Holding him by the collar, he lifted him up, then hit his black helmet with his hand. He forced the helmet off. I had already predicted the face that would be under it, and of course, it is Suwa. There he was, Suwa Mamoru, looking completely unfazed. I hope you have a good Day night, bye. Alright, see you, Yuji. Thank you for watching. He was Hazuki Shino's accomplice, so he was another culprit behind Yu-chan. So I rammed his knee deep into the stomach of the man grabbing him. His agile movement set him far apart from the reckless violence of the Dokyuns.
君たち3人とも用済みなんで。
The ground shook slightly.
なんだ今の。
I didn't see there was a presence hiding in the darkness deep within the narrow alley. Something was there, rumbling with an eerie growl, and from what I could tell it wasn't a normal size. Even though we couldn't see it, the fierce bloodlust given off by that monster made all of our hearts seize up. It scared me. Eventually, with footsteps that sounded like the very ground itself was rumbling, it showed itself. A literal, real-life monster. It was so unbelievably grotesque, nothing else like it existed on this earth. Its brown, slimy skin glistened, and its gigantic head sat wedged between its shoulders. Its gutted eyes shone brightly, its mouth tore open on both sides, and its wrists were as thick as giant logs. The bipedal monster came up beside Sua and opened its gaping maw wide as could be. Its rows of sharp fangs glinted, reflecting the burning glare of the street lights. Its roar was like a low, dull growl, and yet it was more terrifying than anything I had ever heard. No beast could have ever hoped to compare. A roar with such ferocity, even the very souls of all who heard it would tremble.
なんだこれ。
Scary.
スパークオーズが好きなんすよ。
I see. Is that why you have the Darth Spider helmet always? Sua was the only one who didn't seem bothered by the monster's appearance. On the contrary, he touched the monster's leg in blatant satisfaction, caressing
それに
it.
出てくるエイリアンス。
Oh. Another roar. The monster stepped one step closer to the frozen still trio. We tried to run, but there was no escape. We screamed for help. There was no one around for kilometers. An overwhelming difference in power. The difference in potential between our species was too great. The three of us were helpless when faced with the beast before us. For the first time in our lives, we experienced fear from the deepest depths of our hearts. When someone is frightened like that, they fall silent, shrink back, and can't move even a single muscle. And so the monster let out a single breath and swung its log-like arms. This is how their bodies were torn in half. In an instant, as if they were mere rag dolls, the two of them were torn to shreds. This sound effect. Blood and viscera splattered across the alley, steam rising from the remains. The severed corpses of the two men were then viciously tossed aside, skewering them on the handles of a nearby telephone pole. I guess that was how they ended up
君だけ
there.
っすよ。
Hi, hello Oliver, welcome. How are you doing? Sora's gaze pierced through me. I realized then that he was the one controlling the alien. I told myself this was a delusion, but there was no point. In the face of absolute terror and overwhelming brutality, I simply slumped to the ground and pissed myself. All I could do after that was look up in a daze at the monster, and then... It's over. My torso was ripped apart. I felt this in a way no other human could ever possibly experience, and then I stopped breathing. So red. Tires are doing good? Ah, I see. Yeah. It's Friday. I was tired, so I took a nap before stream. I still feel like I'm not fully awake. How many times had I died vicariously? 3 times, 1 time, 7 times, 4 times, 2 times, 5 times. Human flesh tasted amazing. It hurt. No more. Darth Spider's outfit was surreal. It had to be a joke. So wait, how many times had I died? Wait, who died? Not me, I wasn't dead. That monster was seriously straight out of a horror movie. But that monster was from, Sua said it was from Spark Wars. So what? Human flesh tasted amazing. The bones, too. Or it starts. This line. Huh? The dark spider is made of bones, but was human flesh. How many times had I died in this prank? Or was it a prank? No, I wasn't dead. I was dead. Death, dead, dead. It was surreal, no more. They were bones. Don't wanna die. Black guy died, so kill me. Okay. We're back. That's right, Suo was like, you killed Hazuki, so I'm gonna get you now. Inside the rucksack Suo wore on his back, the port let out a strange mechanical sound. Suo had long since grown accustomed to hearing it, and because of that sound, he had been able to murder the heart and mind of the giggle-maniac, Nishijo Takumi. He lifted up a heartfelt prayer in gratitude. No matter what, Suo would never let Nishijo Takumi get away with what he had done, for the boy had driven Hazuki to suicide. Hazuki was Suo's childhood friend whom he had lived with ever since he was born. Childhood friends, huh? Suo recalled what she had told him several years ago, back when he had decided to aspire to become a detective and she to be a nurse.
私、守の子供を産みたい。
Both of their parents were disciples of the Cosmic Church of the Divine Light, and God and the glorious founder had been in their lives since birth. Suo and Hazuki had both been raised as children of the Divine Light, and their betrothal was the will of the glorious founder as well. So they were in it from the start, I guess. And so the two of them dutifully obeyed the teachings of the Divine Light, going so far as to offer the life of their child within Hazuki's womb. Even when Hazuki had given her life as a martyr, she had still believed she was doing the right thing. The 7 incidents, colloquially known as the New Generation Madness, Suo and Hazuki had caused them together. Partway through the incidents, Suo had grown quite flustered when his senior, Ban Yasuji, pointed out all the consistencies in the group dive video. The video Suo had uploaded to YouTube had been recorded by projecting his memories. However, as it had been a few days since the incident at the time of recording, his memories had grown far less clear. Ah, I see. So that's why, I guess. The building. He had not remembered the exact details of the scene. But since the video would not have been realistic without them, he had expressly gone to Cornelius Tower to review the photos hanging in the lobby. As a result, the video had indeed been made more realistic, but he had failed to choose the correct picture. He'd had no reason to suspect that something would look so strikingly different between the tower's completion and the present. However, thanks to the political influence of the glorious founder, all of that had been suppressed. It would be unwise to underestimate the power of the Cosmic Church of the Divine Light's glorious founder. He had many connections within the government, and he had even managed to weave several of his followers into management positions at the Metropolitan Police. Runs deep. No matter how much those like Ban cried out for justice, the natural conclusion to come to was that they would never be able to do a thing to harm him. Suo's position as a detective, Hazuki's position as a nurse, the support coming from the pressure the glorious founder placed on the police and the media, the Noah system terminals provided by Nozomi Technology. Utilizing all of these tools, Suo and Hazuki had focused solely on killing. As for the reason they had gone to such lengths to continue killing people, it had all been for the sake of breaking Nishijo Takumi. After they forced him to awaken as a gigglomaniac, they would kidnap him and harvest his code sample. Alternatively, by breaking the delusionary Nishijo Takumi, they would lure out the real Nishijo Takumi, capture him, and harvest his code sample. As long as it was Nishijo Takumi, it made no difference if he was real or a copy. This particular music track feels nostalgic to me. I remember liking it a lot. It is nice, yeah. That was why Suo had acted as Nishijo Takumi, using a wheelchair in his impersonation attempt. I think for me, my favorite backtrack for this game, or BGM, I guess, is the one where it's like going crazy, you know? And there's like that brass instrument, and there's just a lot happening. But it's like chaotic, I guess. I like that one quite a bit. It had all been foretold by a divine prophecy bestowed upon Sua and Hazuki, one they had to fulfill no matter what sacrifices they would have to make during its course. And now, after sacrificing Hazuki, they had at last been able to overcome the trials given to them by God. The face of the woman who had loved him, and the one whom he had loved in return, rose in Sua's mind. He gritted his teeth in intense sadness, bearing the utmost grief. As he bathed in sorrow, Sua approached Nishijo Takumi, whose mind he had just slaughtered. Oh, that was Senna. I was like, whose voice was that? Yeah, I guess she's still here, and that's right. She had a delusion that it was, I can't remember his name. I'm so bad with names. But the main villain. But it was actually her dad. At the edge of the platform, Aoi-sana cradled the head of her father, whom she herself had decapitated. She had fallen to her knees long ago, and now she sat alone atop the train tracks. Her chest dyed a deep crimson from her father's blood. She laughed. Drool slowly seeped out from her mouth. Her eyes were unfocused. Sua, now having composed himself, glanced at the girl. She's already long gone, he muttered to himself inside his head. In any case, her usefulness had expired and he felt no need to kill her. I'm back. Oh, welcome back, New Jeans. From the Gigglemaniacs who had been gathered in Tokyo for Project Noah, there were still 2 whose code samples had yet to be harvested. This number excluded Kusunokiwa, for she was an irregularity that had never been suspected of being a Gigglomaniac. Oh, really? Interesting. The remaining targets were Nishijo Takumi and Orihara Kozu. Oh, that's right. And Kozupi is passed out right here now, right? Yeah. She got hit on the head, I think, by rubble, right? It had to be the infallible guidance of the divine light that the 2 of them had fallen right into Sua's hands, in the same location even. He had now received total proof that his actions had always been proper and just. For this, he held endless gratitude toward heaven and the glorious founder. Upon reaching Takumi, he dropped to his knees, grabbed the limp boy's upper arms, and attempted to forcefully pull him to his feet. But Takumi had already gone hollow. He was no longer capable of standing. His heart and mind had perished completely. Serves him right. With a snort, Sua began to walk away, dragging Takumi by the arms along with him. This Kozupi? Kozupi was shouting something. Sounded painful, like she was hurting. Maybe having fun? I blinked my eyes. Where's Kozupi? No capitalization. She was hanging from some weird crossbar. Oh, now she's the one in the sword thing. The sword. Mimi was at her feet. She was lying on the ground, tied up round and round. Kozupi was weird. Her clothes were torn a lot. They were in pieces and there was creepy crawling. Bugs? Don't be bugs, please. Creepy crawling? What was? Her shell, her skin. What does he mean by this? Her cheeks and her neck and her arms and around her belly button and up her thighs and creepy crawly, squishy wishy. Under her skin. I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. Lots of thingies were wiggling under Kozupi's skin. Not 1, 10 thingies, 20 thingies, maybe 30 thingies? I think they're parasites, yucky little caterpillars. Kozupi shakes her head around, her eyes went everywhere. Lots of drool, dribbly, drips, dribble. Her face looked super stupid, looked funny. And she was also wearing a thingy on her head. Oh, it's like the thing Ayase was wearing in the flashbacks, right? When they like forcibly awakened her. I guess Suna's mom as well, right? Is it the same? Well, I don't know, but it had lots of cords coming out of it, like a toy, like a super duper Power Rangers toy set or something. I was like, Norose, that was his name. An old guy I'd never seen before. Who?
なるほど。無意識に折原梢と妄想をシンクロさせているのですか。随分と物好きですね。
I guess he can't understand very well right now. The typos. What? Oh, this is delusion, I guess. I was like, what is this word? It's a specimen. What is do you know Japanese? A little bit. I am studying it these days more, but cool, yeah, it's fun. But oh, unconsciously probably.
そんなに焦らずとも、彼女の次は君にたっぷりとあの拷問を受けさせてあげますよ。
Not torture. I'm studying Korean. Oh, that's neat. Who's next? Me? I didn't want that. Who's next? Me? No, I didn't want that. Oh, it's becoming more proper. Who's next? Me? No, I didn't want that. I didn't want any suffering. I didn't want any pain.
たく、あなたなら
Mimi?
止められる。今なら止められる。あなたなら。
Okay. My wrist should have been tied behind my back, but suddenly, as if it had a will of its own, the cord loosened and fell to the floor. Tied up and lying on the ground, Mimi turned just her gaze to me. Her eyes pleaded with me. A gigantic device sat in the center of the dome-shaped room, giving off an eerie hum. That is Noah too. Destroy it. Mimi's eyes asked this of me. A tall, intellectual-looking man, Norose, had his back turned to me, and he was watching Kozubi's torture with an earnest look on his face. He hadn't noticed me moving. There was no one else around, not even Sua. I could do it now. I was the only one who could. But I was scared. What if Norose caught me? What if I failed? When I thought these things, my body began to tremble. There was something seriously wrong with this game, forcing the fate of the world onto someone like me, but I had to do it. That realization and resolve came to me with surprising ease. Maybe I'd grown stronger. Yeah, that was it. I was strong. I was super strong now. I stood up slowly. Noticed I still hadn't noticed. For final boss, he was a total dumbass. Was it that fun, watching Kozupi suffering? Raw disgust flowed through me. I gritted my teeth. Come forth, D-sword. Nipples appeared in the open air, and a blue light burst forth. I grasped it. I felt it. Neither cold nor hot, neither hard nor soft. I drew it from the dark sea, and the long green sword settled in my hand. You read really fast. I'm starting to taking so long. I feel like I'm reading relatively slowly right now, actually.
何
But thank you. I feel like compared to how fast I can speak, I think I can read visually a lot quicker. So sometimes I'm like, I try to rush, but we chilled today. I finally noticed me, but it was too late. I rebooted my D sword. There's more to read, you read fast. Yeah. Well, because when there's like, you know, that like animation in the background and stuff, I'm not the one controlling the speed. Like the text is moving forward without me clicking it. So I'm like, oh, I need to read all of this, and then I'm forced to read quickly to do as best as I can. I sent particles flying into everyone's dead spots. I'd done it completely unconsciously. The method that I used or how it worked didn't matter to me. I just had a delusion and it'd come to be. I gripped the hilt of my D sword with both hands. Its glow transformed from blue to red.
心殺されたはず
No, we're so back. Mr. stared at me in disbelief. He was shrinking back. I'd won. I grinned from ear to ear, raised my sword, and formed a delusion. This was a sword of light. It possessed incredible power to cut through the very air itself. If I called forth all of its power and swung the blade, it could reduce anything on this earth to rubble.
これが
I couldn't come up with a name for my special attack right on the spot, so I just gave up on shouting something out. Besides, this wasn't some shonen manga. Okay. I heard the game title before. Oh, holographic strategy, welcome. I took the power I'd stored in my D sword through my delusions and unleashed it all toward Noah too. Is it actually gonna work? Oh? Boom. Sounds like it did something. 2 months later, okay, that's a pretty big jump. The winter sky was barely blue, but in exchange, unlike the summer sky, it was crisp, cool, and carried an almost translucent aura. It was morning. A few minutes ago, my eyes had opened to the sound of my alarm clock, and now, as I brushed my teeth, my gaze shifted up toward the sky. It had been 2 months since that insanity. Shibuya was still in the midst of its reconstruction efforts. Ever since the new year had first kicked off, little by little, Shibuya had slowly been returning to its noisy self. Hello, little Toon, welcome. So I guess everything worked out in this ending? Unless maybe this is all not real. A voice called my name. When I turned around, I saw Rimi making her way up the stairs. I hadn't seen her in her school uniform since that day. Rimi gave me a big smile and took a salute-like pose. This silly music. Bishi? Well, you're fine. Mimi was holding her bag from the convenience store. Inside was some eggs, milk, and white bread. Standing in front of the sink, she cheerfully started making preparations. For the past 2 months, Mimi had made it a point to come to my base pretty much every morning to cook me breakfast. Wow. Apparently she hadn't done much cooking before she'd met me, so this doubled as practice for her. That's nice for him. I wanted to tell her not to use me as a guinea pig, but just being able to eat a girl's home cooking at all made me incredibly happy, so I just bit my tongue and put up with it. That looks like your character. Like my VTuber model. Kind of. We both have pink hair. Ever since the earthquake, Suimei Academy had been closed down, but it was finally reopening today. I plan to use this opportunity to leave behind my semi-shut-in lifestyle, starting by seriously attending school. Wow, he's a whole new person. As she said that, Mimi cracked open an egg. Okay. Oh wow, and the floor is like clean! As one would expect, it wasn't exactly feasible to eat outside right in the middle of winter. It'd freeze your ass off. To avoid that, Nimi carried inside the 2 servings of toast and scrambled eggs she'd made for us, and set them down on the small table beside each other. And once our hands were free, the 2 of us sat down next to each other on the sofa.
じゃあ、いただきます。
いただきます。
After putting my hands together, I reached for the butter sitting at the edge of the table. However, Nimi had done the same thing at almost the same time, and our fingertips brushed up against each other atop the container of butter. This silly music. What a rom-com plot point. Smiling brightly at that in my head, my eyes soon met those of Nimi's, who was sitting extremely close to me, and my heart began to pound. Nimi didn't take her eyes off of me, nor did she pull back her hand. Both of us had gone rigid, staring at each other as our fingers touched. This is so cheesy. Nimi entwined her fingers with my own. Her eyes softly closed, and then she ever so slightly lifted her face. Naturally, I held Nimi's hand in return. I slowly neared her lips.
朝から何イチャついてんの?
Well, none of it.
あ
Flustered, I jumped away from Nimi. It is her. When I looked out my door, I saw Nanami standing there. I had no idea when she'd shown up. All I knew is that her arms were crossed and she had a pretty exasperated look on her face.
ナナちゃん、おはよう。
I like this BGM too.
ナナミ、心臓に悪いことするな
I
よ
guess this might be like Nanami's theme? Question mark. But on the poster you can get
ほ
Seira-tan.
んと仲いいね。
What the sick?
焼けちゃうな。ねえねえ、実際のところどこまで行ったの？どこまでってまたまたとぼけてない。
Wait, I guess they're dating? Question mark. Seemed like Nanami had selected Nimi as her next target. Barging into my room, she pulled aside my computer chair and sat down in front of Nimi.
キスは当然したとして。
Obviously.
ちょっといいじゃん、教えて。教えない。じゃあ鬼、教えてよ。どこまで行ったか。
I feel like at some point, like the music is just gonna completely cut out, and it'll be like none of this is real. Like everyone died or something. I can't trust this game. I'm not telling you. Besides, we haven't even kissed yet. Gah, why did you have to remind me? God, I'm such an idiot. I've had so many chances before now. I hate myself. At this rate, I felt like I'd never lose my B card. Sigh. Starting to get depressed at how much of a loser I was. I gulped down some milk. His skin is usually dirty leaves, yeah. No, like every other time his room has been incredibly messy. Huh? Sound. Practically a gallon of milk spurted from my mouth.
鬼、汚な。
お前
冗談だよ。本気にされても困っちゃうとか。
Phew, could we please stop trying to give me a heart attack? Okay. Okay, I guess we're going to school, yeah. Side by side, the 3 of us walked to school together. Nimi was humming that Phantasm song again. Passing through the center of Shoto Park, we took my usual shortcut. You could still see a few traces of the earthquake around the park. For example, part of the stone wall circling the pond was still broken. Even then, though, it was still way better off than the rest of Shibuya, especially when compared to the sad state of the center of
おは
it.
ようございます。
You are? Yua was sitting on the bench, turning toward us. She put on a gentle smile and bowed her head. I guess we're gonna see everyone here.
西条くん、昨日はとても楽しかったです。
Hmm?
昨日？
ユアと一緒に
Ah.
秋葉原まで買い物に行ったんだ。
That's right, we had given her, one of the
あ、わかった。
figures,
お人
right?
形さんでしょう。
Or no, I guess that was only in the first ending. Yeah. In this one, I don't think we actually saw her after she awakened.
フィギュアと言えよ。
Well, it was true that we'd gone to buy figures.
新しいセイラちゃん
Or did we? I don't remember.
私も行きたかったな。
リミってフィギュアに興味あるの？
When I asked that, Mimi gave a slightly sheepish
っていう
smile.
か、タクの好きなもの、私も好きになりたいし。わあ、大胆発言。だったら
That's
今
a
度
nice line.
一緒に買いに行きましょう。本当？ありがとうございます。
You and Mimi had really hit it off. I'm glad they're all getting along together. You and Nanu's classes were both in different buildings, so we said our goodbyes at the school entrance. Yeah, I remember that character from the first time. Very positive. I've seen her somewhere. I was just assuming she was a character original to this game, but in this game she's called Seiratan, like SEIRA-TAN. But as I changed into my indoor shoes, someone came up from behind me and blew into my ear. I shuddered, goosebumps springing up all over me, jumped away and spun around. There stood Ayase wearing a narrow smile. Wow, smiling.
おはよう、タク。
おはよ
This music too. I feel like, I don't know if we've heard this before, but I guess maybe it's like her theme. I guess usually with her, it's not like happy stuff happening up until now, so maybe we never heard it until here.
おはよう、あやちゃん。
Aya-chan.
あやちゃん。
Ayase tilted her head when she heard Mimi call her
初
that.
めてよ。そんな呼び方をされたの。
I guess she gives nicknames to everyone, huh? Called Takumi Taku, Nanami Nana, Nana-chan.
悪くないわ。でしょ？ファンタズムのライブがあるの。あさって。
She abruptly changed the subject. Unsurprisingly, Ayase was as hard to get a read on as ever.
よかったら来て。
う。僕に言ってるの？
匠に言ってるのよ。それとリミ。あ、本当？絶対行くね。
Phantasm had broken up a while back, but I heard that they'd had a sudden revival after the new year started up. I didn't know where the change of heart had come from, but what I did know was that I wanted to hear more of Ayase's singing.
でも匠は渡さないわ。
I didn't really know what was up with the butt, but Ayase reached out and softly caressed my cheek as if she was showing me her place.
じゃあね、匠。
With a bewitching smile, she climbed the stairs in front of us. In a daze, I watched her go without the faintest clue of what had just happened.
タク、
They all want
鼻
us.
の下伸びてる。
え？あ、
I quickly shot a hand up to my mouth.
冗談。
When we reached the outside of our classroom, Kozubi came racing down the hallway, her smile stretching from ear to ear. Oh, she fell. Before she could make a touch, she suddenly crashed into a boy coming out of the classroom and landed flat on her butt. Her eyes swimming with tears, she apologized to the boy, then finally managed to get over to us. Oh, I guess she's also speaking with her mouth, too. The way she said that.
怪我はない？
Oh, enter to play.
おはようさんさんなの。廊下を走っちゃダメだよ、コスピー。
Kozupi started fidgeting. She then looked up at me from below.
たくみさんに早く教えたかったのら。
教えるって何を？
ほんとね。
Hmm? What is it? Kozupi pointed in the direction she had just come running from. Oh, Senna. When I looked closer, I saw Senna standing there, leaning against the wall. Her arms were crossed, and she had a fairly sullen expression plastered on her face.
セナさん、退院したんだ。
like always the protagonists have the colorful hairs and the other people are just normal, yeah. The classic. Also, hello Helena, welcome. Then I've been hospitalized over the past 2 months, so a psychological attack had put her out of commission for a long time. Senna raised her head, then slowly began making her way toward us. She was just as scary as ever. She always carried a certain aura, one that gave off the impression that she would suddenly slap you even if you hadn't done anything wrong. I had gone to visit Senna in the hospital twice a week, but no matter how many times I tried to make conversation, she never said so much as a single word. The awkwardness had been torture. This is only semi-related, but seeing the word slap reminded me, but it is so funny seeing videos where cats will just suddenly like slap like other cats or like humans, you know? Like, I don't know what it is about it, but it's so funny with their paws, you know? I feel like it's like, I don't know, it feels like such a human action to me, even though I guess cats just do this naturally, you know? But they look so funny when they do it, when they like raise their paw up like they're gonna hit. But anyway. Could it be that she just hated me that much? I didn't really know how to handle her. A fierce tension hung in the air between us. Then again, it would have been more accurate to say that only I was freaked out. She was fine. Yeah, let's party! Kozubi was the only one showing any sort of enthusiasm. Well, I mean, a party with this kind of atmosphere would be pretty shitty. That was when Senna finally opened her mouth. I shrank back, refusing to meet her eyes. Senna held something out to me. It was a small stick with the word win written on it. Oh, she won. The popsicle. Bewildered, I accepted it. Senna quickly looked the other way. Yes? What could it be? Was it just my imagination, or has Senna's cheeks turned pink? Sudden silence. This face just feels so uncharacteristic for her. But oh, yes, you do. Sudden confession. Kozubi just standing there blank-faced. Her sudden confession left not just me, but Nami and Kozubi all speechless. Yeah. For a moment, I thought she was just teasing me, but Senna wasn't the type of character to make those kinds of jokes. Which meant, are you serious? No way! This is all real, right? How could things end so happily? She had gone all did then straight back to Jin mode all of a sudden. Wait, go back a little. This was all way too sudden. Way behind schedule, Nimi let out a cry in surprise. Kozubi, likely still processing, had her eyes wide open. Kozubi sounds. Oh. Wait, let me listen to it again. That random aggressive one. Mimi and Kozubi were utterly baffled, but the most bewildered one of all was me. I would have never expected something so insane. Without any idea of how in the hell I was supposed to react, I gazed up at the clear sky sitting outside the window. Somehow, even though the semester had only just started, it was already quite the eventful day. I wonder, will every day be like this from now on? Will these fun, peaceful times go on forever? I sure hope so. I wished for it from the bottom of my heart. Suddenly, I saw the reflection of my face in the window. And the reflection I saw wasn't me because it was covered in wrinkles. The real Nishijo Takumi. Shogun. Color and light disappeared. I was hugging my knees close to me and his face dyed pitch black. In front of my eyes was the only light source around. It was a TV. It was like a monitor. It was like a window. It was like a picture frame. It's the game. Inside it, Nimi-san and Kozubi were chatting happily about something, but I couldn't hear their voices. I stared at it. My emotions were completely inactive, or maybe my heart was simply dead. I then realized I had been watching my own delusions, a 2D world where I had escaped into, a perfect delusion. How long had it all been a
最初
delusion?
からですよ。
From the start. I looked behind me where Norose stood tall, but with how dark it was, I could only see his
諏訪
feet.
君に心を殺されたではありませんか。
So, ever since he'd done that, I'd been in a delusion the entire time?
君のコードサンプルは採取できま
Sounds
した。
about right.
もう用済みですから、いつでも塵に帰ってもらって結構です。
ああ。
It's over. I felt nothing. My heart was dead after all. So I shouldn't have felt anything. And yet, a single tear trickled down my cheek. In the end, I'd gone right back to being a loser. I had run away from the painful
最
reality.
後に幸せな夢を見られて。よかったですね。
Even to the very end, I had been a completely worthless human being. I'm sorry, Dini. I apologize, but I didn't really understand why I had to anymore. I didn't feel any guilt. And so, I decided to return to my delusion from earlier. Hopefully someone would kill me one of these days. So, until then, I wanted to fully immerse myself in the happiness that came from the world I had escaped to. Oh. 107. When had the rain begun to fall? Or perhaps this rain had been brought into the world by Noah too. I gazed rain down from the sky. The stair pierced through the thick pitch-black rain clouds and poured down on me like rain. It's too late for him now. I whispered in my heart to the owner of the gaze. I didn't feel the chill of the rain. Instead, the droplets on my cheeks felt warm to me. It was the first time I'd ever thought of rain as being warm. Perhaps it was the fault of the spine-chilling cold enveloping the dome where Noah too was. Reflected in my eyes was a ruined city. Reflected in my eyes was despair. Reflected in my eyes was death. Reflected in my eyes was nothingness. Not a soul was here. Not a soul was moving. Not a soul was left alive. The only thing I could hear was the sound of the rain continuing to pour. The arc had already been set into motion. We had been unable to stop it, and now the future held nothing but despair. At this rate, everything, both the living and the dead, would it all be gently embraced and washed away? I heard him whisper all of this inside his heart. His heart, it's so beautiful. I walked to the figure lying limp in the rubble. It was my fault he had ended up like this. I guess this is Nimi's POV. If I had done better, he wouldn't have gotten involved at all. Feelings of guilt tortured me. I blamed myself. Forgive me. I'll give you peace now. How he had been born was far too sad. How he was going to die was far too sad. A heart so timid, so fragile. It was like it was made of glass. Glass so pure it had shattered its owner to pieces. At the very least, I didn't want him to suffer in the end. Lying on the ground, he looked up to me with vacant eyes. I pushed aside my emotions. Though I was looking at him, I tried to distance myself in an attempt to stave off my tears. If you and I were the only ones left in the world, if we stared into each other's eyes like this for all eternity, would my world be reduced to what's reflected in your eyes? Would your world be reduced to what's reflected in my eyes? The only thing reflected in my eyes was him. The only thing reflected in his eyes was me. When I thought of it that way, the world immediately seemed so much smaller. At least, in the time you have left, I will become your world. Whether the world is painful, whether the world is agonizing, whether the world is sorrowful, I make it so you no longer have to see it anymore. Gathering my resolve, I let out a whisper. Lowering my head, I spread my arms wide, almost as if I was preparing to take off, to soar above the rain clouds, as if I was trying to catch all the falling rain.
あなたを見つめる妄想
Yeah, this is just the scene from the start. It's happening again.
殺してあげる
Feathers of light danced about. They served as a gift handed down from the sky, a gift for his funeral. I slowly knelt to the ground right before his collapsed body. I'll cry if I see your eyes. I'm sorry, I can't look at them. I softly embraced his head in my arms. His body was devoid of all strength, as if he was fully prepared for death.
辛いよねごめんごめんね今楽にしてあげるからね
His demeanor told me that I wasn't just doing this for my own sake. He has a very peaceful smile on his face. But that smile was so sad. Even though I'd held it in all this time, tears began to well up. I'd held them back because I didn't ever want him to see those tears. He'd finally found peace, and I didn't want to worry him any further. I kissed him on the lips. They were cold, desiccated, and laden with seemingly endless sorrow, and yet when I kissed him, his trembling ceased. I was overjoyed to know that my warmth was of some use to him. If I drew back from his lips, he would see my teary face. If I drew back from his lips, I would want to kiss him again. If I drew back from his lips, I would be struck with such selfish feelings, I wouldn't be able to kill him anymore. My lips still enveloping his, I sank my D-sword into his chest. The sensation of it tearing through his skin, pouring into his flesh, weaving through his bones, and slowly sinking through to the center of his body, it all passed through the sword and into my hands. I'm so sorry. You can sleep for as long as you want to now. Goodbye. Oh, I get to see the aftermath, I guess. Was the sky blurring because of the rain, because of my tears? His body was enveloped by countless particles of light as he slowly began to disappear. As I held him in my arms, I reached my hand toward the sky. Somebody, please tell me. Just where could that sky of ours have gone? The BGM. Oh. Alright, well, I guess that was the second ending. There's so much on the screen right now. Man, all the songs in this game really are so good though. Sick guitar riff. You plan to read any other games after this one? I was gonna read Steins Gate after this one. Though I might. I'm not sure if I'll do it right after I finish this game or if I might start another game first. I'm not too sure. But next VN after this one will be Steins Gate, most likely. I kind of want to play Paper Mario Thousand Year Door. I kind of want to play through it, so I mean, I could do them at the same time, you know, Steins Gate and Thousand Year Door, but I still need to finish up Pokemon Scarlet DLC too. I think I might stream it next week. But incredible, yeah. I was gonna play through all of the science adventure games, of which, you know, this is the first, and then it's Steins Gate. But yeah. Oh, Crying Sky reached ending B. Wahoo! But yeah. It'll probably take me a while to finish all of them, but okay, let us go to the next ending now, or it's like character route. So they recommend Nanami route. Yeah. Says the recommended route order is common route ending A, which we get B, which we just got, and then Nanami, Yua, Ayase, Kozue, Senarimu, and then Blue Sky ending AA. But okay, so Nanami route. Okay, in chapter 1 you have to do a positive delusion when she's in your room, I guess. Is there nothing but cola? And then there's some questions. And it says, game will branch into the route in chapter 6. So, I guess we just start a new game. Okay, and then let me... Oh yeah, I forgot. I forgot the controls. Was it control to skip? Wait,
その
maybe
瞳
not.
は
Wait, let me. I need to
い
look
つも
these up
僕を
again.
見つめていて、
Let's
眼差しは
see.
熱くて真っ黒な雨雲を突き抜けて、雨のように僕へと降り注ぐ。僕を見るな。雨の冷たさより背中を預けている瓦礫の冷た
I
さ
need to
のせ
get
い
rid of
で、
so many of these tabs.
さっきから体の震えが止まらない。
Still had my tab open from when I
ひど
was
く寒い。
ordering pizza. when
突き刺さ
was
ってくる
that? That was
誰
when I
のもの
last
かもわからな
streamed.
い天からの
Is that
視線。
Tuesday?
それから逃げるように僕はわずかに首を持ち上げて周囲を見回す。
Gosh, I have so many random tabs open. Goodbye, all of these.
そこにあるのは崩壊した街。そこにあるのは絶望。そこにあるのは死。そこにあるのは無。
Did I exit out of it?
誰もいない。誰も動いていない。誰も生きていない。聞こえるのはただ降り続ける雨の音だけ。
Maybe I did.
このまま全てを、生きているものも
Okay, I'll
死ん
just
で
look
い
it
る
up
ものも
again. That's fine.
全てを優しく包み込んで洗い流してしまうんだろうか。
Oh my gosh, I can't spell.
全部の出来事が単なる妄想だったらよかったんだけど、どうやらそうでもないらしい。体が動かない。動かせるのはかろうじて首と瞳だけ。
Ah, okay. It's
体
E.
が震え、
Okay, wait. Let me just.
頭はいいんだ。街の環境。セーラー。
I just get to part with music. Ah, that's why there's this again. Okay. What did I say last? Man and Grim is Hazuki. I don't know if it. I don't think this will actually impact this game. This like this route that much, right? Like I don't. I'm just gonna pick different. Try to pick different ones from before. E. Okay, anyways. Yeah, that drawing, Shogun, the German, the images. Oh no, it's scary. Whose eyes are those eyes? Oh yeah, now we got Shogun POV there as well. That's right. We also saw last
ちなみ
time.
に
Oh wait, oh, there's some music
め
here.
ったに学校来ねえけど
Okay,
すごくいい女がいるらしい
save. I'll just save over this one. Yeah. Okay. And I will BRB. Go to the restroom real quick. And then, for a poll, what shall I ask? I will. BRB. Okay, I'm back. 100% no right now. I see. I was just curious. Welcome back, thank you. I was curious because I received a package today. It was delivered. I wasn't expecting it to arrive so soon, but I think I talked about it on stream a bit at some point, but I was doing a proxy order with like manga and stuff and miscellaneous clothing merch items, but shipping was expensive. It was expensive, but I was like, oh no, the oldest items have now been stored for a month, So I have to ship them out now, otherwise there will be a storage fee. Storage fee that happens if you store them in the warehouse for over 30 days. So I was like, okay, I'll ship them out. But so I did it the other day. And they arrived so quickly. I'm always amazed. Like, I feel like just the other day I checked the tracking number and then it was like, oh, there's no data yet. So I was like, oh, okay, I guess it'll be a little while, you know. But all of a sudden it was delivered today. So I was like, huh? It's here? Already? So I'll open it at some point. Maybe later today. There's like a lot of individual packages though, so I might just like open one a day or something for a bit, you know? Like extend the happiness. But anyways, let us continue with the story. That's right, so we will skip until we get to the delusion we need to have. Sorry, it was E to skip. And I'll just ignore these. I guess I could try to get the ones we failed to get last time. Well, there's none of them in chapter 1 though, at least, so the whose eyes are those eyes, you know? Oh, oh wait, I think for this, do I need to say no for all of these? Oh no, skip any question prompts by only giving yes answers. Okay. I'm assuming I just say yes for this one, and then later there will be another set for Nanami, because it does give an order of things here. It says no, yes, yes, but it's after the delusion in the page, like the formatting, you know, like it's under it, so I'm like, is that a different one, or... Wait, let me check the other routes. Are they all... Okay, no, maybe I do need to pick what they're saying here. Let me save, just in case, I guess. Well, this is like really early on though, so I could just start from the beginning and it'd be fine even, but... And they say no, yes, no, yes, yes. Oh wait. Wait. I reacted so slowly to that, but did he actually like wipe it off then, or? Okay, no, I don't think any, yeah. Okay, yeah. All of this happening. The gross. The steak. Okay, wait, let me save. I'll just save over this one. It should be fine. I think there's still a little while before we meet Nanami, but... Seirata. Hayase. Oh, here she is. She's knocking at the door. really sounds like Pokemon music.
あ、やっと出てきた。カビくさ。
Again. Save.
なんでよ。ま、
Oh! Okay, here it is. And we need to choose positive.
コーラしかないじゃん。ミルクティーとか用意しといてよ。
知らんがな。
Is there nothing but cola? That is... Yeah. Okay.
しょうがないな。じゃあ、コーラもらうね。
Missing confirmation. But yeah, and it says, as you progress, an anime-related intermission will appear during the story. The skip mode will disengage during these scenes. Be sure to read them for additional context. Yeah. I don't like how he's describing this.
せめてコップ使えよ。
And she seriously just drank straight from the bottle even though she was a girl? What a disgrace. This was exactly why 3D sucked. As soon as Nanami finished her drink, she went right back to pouting like before, though. Was it just me or did it seem like she was blushing a little?
ナナはお兄と。
And just like that, she dropped a bombshell. She still kept her pouty attitude, but now she was looking straight at me. What are you saying, Nanami? I was just paralyzed. My little sister was on the verge of tears, and all I could do was just stand and stare.
軽
Little
蔑した。
sister.
だとしたら、ナナ、悲しくなっちゃうな。言っとくけど、お兄相手じゃなきゃ。こんなこと。
Nanami's voice gradually
お兄
lowered.
のバカ。
Her voice was a faint murmur as she hung her head in shame. There wasn't a single trace of her typical bratty attitude.
ねえ、
Ah.
関節だけじゃ嫌だな。
Typical.
お兄とお兄が欲しいよ。
I took a step closer and I had to try naughty. What should I do?
いいじゃん。
No, I
16
don't
年
think
間
so.
我慢してきたんだよ。キスして。
Takumi, stop this. Oh. Wait. Oh wait, is this? Am I supposed to pick these options here? I guess so. Okay, I guess the no, yes was for here. So... Okay, I have to pick no for this. Older sisters, not you. Okay, no for this one. Yes for this one. I have to pick yes for this one. Nanami-tan. Discovered Nanami's story. Brother, you jerk. Oh. So don't let my delusions run wild again. I'd never felt so disgusted with myself in my life. New tip, OMG. Like OMG barf. Just totally barf. Okay, well, I'll save now that we're on the route. But, let's read the tip. Oh, I guess we didn't read this one also. OMG, short for oh my god or oh my gosh. While the abbreviation originated in a letter written in 1917, it is most commonly associated with texting and the internet. In recent years, however, it has become popular enough to be used colloquially in normal conversation, especially among teenage girls. Okay. Oh, is this the bug? Oh, this is his sword? Having lived more than twice as long as the 7 other Gigglomaniacs, Notice's D-Sword has evolved into a far more brutal, distorted form in proportion to the amount of time he has lived. The reason why Notice's D-Sword has taken on such a hideous form even without the crucial afflictions is because it is a manifestation of his negative emotions, and at the root of those emotions are his warped beliefs and a sense of justice, his desire to rule over the weak, and his hatred for the world. Okay. And then I started thinking, what are you thinking?
どうしたの？
After finishing her cola, Nanami shot me a confused look. I'd been acting weird because of my delusion just now, and Nanami had noticed. Snap out of it. I took a deep breath and forced the disgusting thoughts out of my mind.
もう帰れよ。
You did your whole survival check thing, and now your job here is done, right? Why'd you feel the need to barge in here every
お
time?
兄、冷たい。
Seemed like I managed to offend her sound. She pressed her lips into a pout and glared at me. I was already done with her shit though, so I looked away.
お兄ってずっとここに女
I
の子
think
と
this
話
is
す機会だ
probably
って
the same
ど
from
うせ全く
here.
ないんだよね。
I'll just go until it stops me, I guess. Yeah. Okay, we'll just go neutral. I don't think any of the other illusions matter right now. I remember this one, oh, I guess this is new, it's not letting me skip, but, it was in this delusion, right, that she was in, like, a swimsuit? I'm like, I wonder if this one would change depending on what you chose in the beginning, but... Was she going to ask for one of my Seiratan figures? If so, then she can F right off. Okay. She had the gall to ask me to part with one of my wife? Ridiculous! Total insanity! There's nothing anyone could say, and there was no price anyone could pay to make me give up one of my Seiratan figures. It wasn't happening. If you want one so bad, go buy one yourself. I was yelling at her in my head. You suddenly had a huge fallen and flat on her rear.
すみません。CD を本当にごめんなさい。
Did I never choose neutral for this one before? Or just get out of here. You've done enough. Was that a request? Okay, it's letting me skip now. Okay. Yeah, everyone's like, are you dating? I guess it's just Misunipun, but grim. I guess she won't have glasses this time, right? I don't think I chose the glasses option. Okay, we'll just go neutral. The ghetto froggies. I just couldn't put my finger on it. I definitely felt like I'd seen them before, but I just couldn't remember where. Was memory really that bad? I'd always been confident in my memorization skills. They never failed to help me score well on my tests. I was pretty smart after all. So why were they failing me now and at such an important time, or at least what felt like one? Where had I seen them before? I felt that if I took a closer look at the ghetto froggies, maybe then I'd remember. As for what happened next, though, I didn't know. But I just wanted to stop feeling so hopelessly lost, so I, almost subconsciously, extended my hand and reached for the bundle of ghetto froggies. Suddenly US slapped my hand away. Huh? What just happened? I was completely dumbfounded. Yua looked away from me, then awkwardly started to get up off the bench. As she did, her hand hit the 3 ghetto froggies that were hanging from her bag. and almost as if in slow motion, her bag slowly fell off the bench and crashed to the ground. I don't think anything is different here. The bag was unzipped, so all of her notebooks and textbooks spilled out onto the ground. Oh, okay. Scary you are. Okay, back home. Chapter 2. Doctor. We'll just go neutral. I had to wait 3 hours before my name was finally called. So we didn't do neutral for this before. It was a different examination room than the one 4 years ago, but when I stepped inside, I was welcomed with a face I remember dearly. The doctor was exactly what you'd think of when you imagined a kind old man. His face definitely looked older than most, yet also soft at the same time, and his demeanor only served to emphasize those qualities. He hadn't changed a bit since I'd last seen him 4 years prior. It almost made me wonder if he was physically incapable of getting any older, though I'd never known his actual age in the first place. The desire for me to latch onto him and never let go became stronger and stronger. I could rely on him. He could save me. I felt incredibly happy to see him again, but the first thing that came out of his mouth was... His voice was indeed gentle and filled with the kindness to calm the hearts of others. However, it didn't carry the same familiarity that it had back when I'd been visiting the hospital regularly. It felt like he was only interacting with me on a purely professional level, so I couldn't help but tell him my name. Yeah, and he doesn't remember us. Do the sleep test. Hazuki is not wearing glasses. Ohio. Hello, Nana. Welcome. Good morning. It is nighttime here, but... Oh yeah, and then we'll just go neutral for this, but... Okay. And then this test. I was thinking, I think I'll take it seriously this time. Like before, I did all of them, and then I did none of them, right? So I think I will fill it out for myself this time, but I'm gonna hide the screen for a bit. Cause some of them, I don't know, you know. Let me just give me a second. Where's looking? Oh, no, not here. Oh, okay. Actually, does it make a sound when you click on them? No, it doesn't. Well, I guess you can hear my mouse clicking. Okay, I'm gonna mute. And then we can see what the results are later, hopefully. Okay. Oh, my cat meowed just now. I don't think you could hear her though, because I was already muted, but... Yeah, top secret info. It's confidential information. Okay. Okay, I filled it out. I forgot it was on skip though, so it is currently skipping through. Okay. Wait, let me save real quick. We're going at such a fast pace. I'm a little nervous. Oh, that's it. Okay. Yeah. Whose eyes are those eyes? Oh my gosh. My cat. She's chewing my headphone cord. She's so cute. So baby. Like oh wait, I think this was one of the ones I failed to get the delusion for. Positive. Oh no, wait, we did this one before though, I think. So yeah, we're fine.
ねえ、ナイトハルト。
Okay, this one was also.
僕はいつでもお前を見てるんだぞ。
I think we got this one last time, so I'll skip past it. Oh, and then I guess I never did neutral for this one. I've only done positive. And then without me even touching the keyboard, Needhart, who'd been standing with his back to me, suddenly turned toward me. Or so it felt. Lol. Takumi. In the end, I'd stared vacantly at the monitor for over an hour, but Needhart stayed completely still the entire time. Okay. And then I guess we'll get maybe something here since we're with Nanami. Will it give anything special here? For the Nanami route? Burger. Okay, maybe not. Oh no, wait. Okay, this is new. Wait, let me go back a bit. It was... Yeah, okay, so... He was home. Right, did he get home? And start heading home. Okay, they're on their way back together, I guess. Ishijo Nanami had a spring in her step. Fiddling with her cell phone, she hummed to herself as she walked. Having finally managed to drag her shut-in older brother out of the house and into the world, she had taken him to buy a cell phone. Upon selecting one and attaching a ghetto froggy strap to it, she had completed her mission, and now she was in a very good mood. It's been so long since I went somewhere with my big bro. It felt so refreshing to her. She was not entirely sure how many times they had gone out together in the past, and when she tried to recall, she found her memories far too hazy. As they were siblings, one would think they would spend time together fairly often, but that was not the case for them. Well, nothing wrong with a little date with my brother every now and then, right? It's a good chance to work on that gloomy attitude of his and hopefully get him to be a bit nicer to us in the process. She continued to sort out her thoughts, and while waiting for the light to change at the Scramble Crossing, she took the opportunity to type out an email to her brother. Well, I guess they're not together right now. Okay, I guess they've separated. Then the walk signal flickered on, and the swarm of pedestrians began moving once more. Nanami kept her eyes glued to the screen, letting the flow of the crowd carry her along. She's really typing on that phone. As one would expect, the flood of people in front of Shibuya Station made writing an email while walking nearly impossible. Distracted, Nanami slammed into the shoulder of a passing middle-aged businessman, nearly knocking him over. She bowed her head at the man, received a sharp glare in return, and slipped the phone back into her bag. She figured she would probably stop typing for now. She'd have plenty of time on the train to do so. Not a moment later, she noticed a familiar face among the human stampede passing through the ticket gate. Huh? Mimi? Well, new outfit. I guess this is the first time we've seen her in casual clothes, right? Sakihata Rimi was startled to see the girl who had called her name. She averted her eyes, her demeanor nowhere near as friendly as Nanami's. Paying no mind to this, Nanami closed the distance between them.
リミさん、久しぶりだね。久しぶり。
She seemed strangely distant. Yeah, I guess because the reason why Nanami would know Rimi, right, was because of Shogun, right? So... Trying to figure out why that might be, Nanami guessed that Rimi might have been waiting on a date. She could say for sure it was not with her brother though, given how he had left for his home just moments before.
あれからお兄とはどうです？
Given that her brother would rather wallow in his own filth than step out into society, it was easy to imagine he and Rimi did not talk very often. I don't think at this point they've like met, right? The delusionary Takumi and Rimi. As she thought to herself, Nanami tilted her head. She felt a strange unease regarding the gaps in her memories.
あれからっていつからだっけ？
Mimi didn't say a word. She simply gazed up awkwardly at the jumbotron displaying Omura Carrera's newest music video. Nanami continued to dig through her memories to find anything on Mimi, to find anything on her brother's relationship with Mimi. She should have known something. It seemed impossible for her not to, and yet her search returned fruitless. When she saw Mimi's face, her name came to mind, and she even called it out. However, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't find a single memory of the girl.
そもそもナナってリミさんといつ知り合ったんだっけ？なんで名前知ってるんだろう？
Despite her best efforts, it was as if the memory had completely slipped from her grasp. It was not even just on the tip of her tongue, no. Everything was a total blank. She was awash with an awful sensation, and for some reason unfamiliar to her, her chest began to tighten.
やだな、ナナちゃん、忘れるなんて。
As if a switch had been flipped somewhere, the air of apprehensiveness completely vanished as Mimi turned to Nanami, smiling warmly.
私とナナちゃんが知り合ったのは
Good
タ
at
クを通してで
acting.
しょ？ほら学校でタクと一緒にいた私を見てナナちゃんが目を丸くしてさ、うわー、お兄に彼女ができた、明日地球が滅びちゃうってえ言ったっけ？
Did
そ
you
んな
just
こ
make that
と
up on the spot?
言ったあんまりびっくりしてたから私すごくよく覚えてる
Now that she mentions it, Nanami thought, maybe I really did say that. Still, a part of her insisted that it wasn't true. Not entirely convinced, but not really caring too much at the same time, she decided to forget about it for now.
それでお兄とは最近会ってます？会ってるよでもあんまり学校行ってないんですよね了解
This fight's cute with the
それじゃ
casual
あ
clothes.
ナナ帰りますね遅くなるとお母さんに怒られちゃうまたね
Alrighty. Nanami waved goodbye to Demi as she made her way toward the station. She still could not pin down a single memory of that girl, and she also found it strange that, despite the time of day, the girl had been wearing something casual instead of her uniform. Even so, there was a much more pressing matter on her mind. Are Nimi and Takumi actually in a relationship? Yeah, no freaking way. Nanami cracked a wry smile at the very idea. Like she once said herself, that would be the end of the world. Okay. Whose eyes are those eyes? Okay, wait, let me let me save real quick here. Still in chapter 2. And we will continue skipping through until our next non-skippable new section. She'd actually swung the sword. You know, but is it... No, okay. I was like, are they now just like stopping at all the delusions? Like, why was this not working last time? But, well, we'll see, I guess. Girl be like down to me cold. Oh, I guess we had never done neutral here before. This chick wasn't normal, waving a sword around in the middle of a crowd. Was she in the midst of a hidden run? Was she a spree killer? Or could she be the new gen culprit? Or the demon girl's accomplice?
助け殺さないで。
何を勘違いしている。私はただ見えるのか
Sword,
と
the
聞いているだけだ。
sword. If I said I couldn't see it, would she kill me? How was I supposed to answer if I didn't even know what I was supposed to be seeing?
少し落ち着け。もう一度聞くぞ。この剣。
D sword? It was the first time I'd ever heard that word. It had to be referring to the sword she was holding, but okay. Ananami? Like there's the car, distracted while walking to school. Okay, nothing new there, I guess. Doesn't even so much as look at him. I think we can just go neutral here. Naturally, I averted my eyes, so I'd only met her gaze for just a second.
見つけて。早く。
The sword. Suddenly, Fest spoke. Very little energy could be felt from her apathetic tone. I had no idea if those words were directed at me or Misumi.
剣
そうすれば君は救われる。
When she finished whispering at what seemed like no one in particular, her eyes returned to the floor and she began to walk away. She slipped straight past me and entered Class D. Misumi-kun and I watched her go, the two of us completely and utterly lost.
なあタグ
Misumi-kun was very clearly sulking. In the end, despite his efforts, Fez hadn't paid any attention to him at all. It must have been pretty rough to have had her completely ignore his entire existence. But I was used to that kind of thing.
自信なくすぜちょっと有名人だからってあんな不愛想な女あーうぜえ大体何が剣を見つけろだ
A
わ
sword.
けわかんね
Could that possibly be referring to that mic stand thing she'd been using during the concert? Come to think of it, there'd been another person a couple days ago that interrogated me about a sword. Senna. Okay. Let's save real quick. Okay. I guess we're in chapter 3 right now also. Okay. That was not the time. Okay. I can't remember. We probably did do positive for this the first time we went through this. I don't think it'll be new, but yeah, we did. Okay. Mimi. Oh yeah, and this is our first meeting with her. That's the delusionary Takumi. Mimi. Okay. Whose eyes are those eyes? その目、誰の目？
早く剣を。
Your sword. Hello there, friend. How are you there? Hello, Kenfish. Welcome. I'm doing well, thank you. Let me save. I hope you're doing well as well.
そうすれば君は救われるわ。
Suddenly, I remembered those words. He's looking up on the internet. He's buying the sword.
早く剣を。そうすれば君は
Remembering
救われる。
Alice's words. Oh. Okay. I was like, is he not gonna buy the sword this time? But I guess he still did. The bangle, Nanami. Okay, nothing new there. Kozupi. No, there's one there. I don't think this is a specific one to get eyes. I'll just go neutral. The scattered whispers grew to murmurs as the transfer student maintained her silence. So, in order to comfort her, the teacher placed his hand on her shoulder.
どうやら折原はみんなこの子は折原席は一
The transfer student made her way to the back without saying a word, keeping her head low to the ground. Her seat was 4 rows behind mine. Should I pretend to watch her so I could catch a glimpse of the people behind me? Problem was, that'd draw a lot of unwanted attention to myself. I didn't want any Dokuns trying to pick a fight. Don't go staring at her just because she's cute, or some BS like that. I was at a loss for what to do. Should I look now or should I wait until class is over? My head still firmly pressed against my desk, I squeezed my fists tightly. Forget that. I was a coward. Just the thought that if I turned around, my eyes would meet with that girl's sent shivers down my spine.
この人、似てる。
The transit student walked right by my seat. Taken aback, I glanced at her face. I then realized that, without even thinking, I'd looked up. Well, she's just holding the sword here. Transit student stopped at my desk, if only for a split second, but she didn't look at me. In that moment, however, I saw that she was carrying what looked like an enormous slab of raw iron. Was she carrying this in the other responses? I feel like not, right? What the hell? When I blinked, the slab of iron was gone. What was that just now? Was my mind playing tricks on
同
me?
じクラスでよかった。
That was all she said. The transfer student then resumed walking, leaving my desk behind. Had she been talking to me? Why'd she talk to me out of nowhere like that? I was like her. She was happy we were in the same class. Did we know each other? No, definitely not. I'd never seen her before. Unless she meant to tell me she was some childhood friend who I'd commonly forgotten about until now. Yeah, no, that only happened in Illigit. Was I actually becoming popular after all? Or maybe. Could the transfer student be one of the demon girl's underlings? If so, then the demon's net was closing around me even tighter. I was running out of places to hide. Okay. Okay, and then negative for this one. I think we missed out on doing this one last time. I received 5 calls, 3 of which are from Nanami, that left 2 others. The one from earlier today and the one from 5 days ago shown as numbers instead of names, as they hadn't been registered in my address book. They were both from the same number. Considering they had gone out of their way to leave a message, it was probably someone who really wanted to tell me something. Okay. On 10/27. That's like 16 days from now. Guess I'd go ahead and listen to it. Okay. What could happen here? That's right, because I guess with him being so scared of you at this point, this would be
ごめんなさい。
a negative
突然お電話し
delusion.
ちゃって。ただ、どうしてもお話ししたいことがあって。セイラちゃんの新しいフィギュア、私も買いました。西条くんのおかげです。ありがとうございました。とっても可愛いんですけど、ちょっと買うときすごく恥ずかしかったです。あ、そうそう。今週のブラチュー見ました？
I wonder when she'll say whose eyes are those
すごい展開で
eyes.
したね。私見ながらずっとドキドキしちゃって。この多重人格者。あなたが殺したの。人殺し。真犯人。罪を償いなさい。逃がさないから。その目、誰の目？
Whose eyes are those eyes? Oh! Whose eyes are those eyes? Found all the whose eyes are those. Wow, we did it! Okay, that's nice. So we've got 100% for that now. I guess this was the only one we were missing. Okay. I will no longer think about these then anymore. Let me save real quick. Nice, yeah! What kind of no time? Long time no see you. Hello again! Silky Flea JPEG, welcome. Back. Okay, even though it'd been my own delusion, I was terrified. It was entirely possible for Yua to have gotten a hold of my cell phone number from somewhere and called me after all. I didn't want to listen to the voice message anymore if I could help it, but since I'd already simulated the worst possible outcome in my delusions, I should have been able to handle it as long as I only had to listen and nothing else. Shaking off my depression, I set the message to play back. Then, after checking multiple times to make sure the demon girl wasn't there, I put the phone to my ear.
こちらは留守番電話サービス
Okay,
セン
and
タ
then
ーで
this
す。
should be the same. You may pass. Okay, and then I guess we'll be skipping for a while, probably. Oh, I guess we didn't do neutral for this. No one's coming out. I tried restlessly looking around the store. No one's coming out. I took out my wallet to make sure I had change. No one's coming out. I picked up the boxed lunch and set it down again, making a small noise. No one's coming out. I couldn't get myself to call out "excuse me" or anything like that. I couldn't even if there was no one here. No one's coming out. I thought about testing to see what would happen if I tried to leave without paying, but then I decided that it wasn't worth the risk of getting arrested. No one's coming out. The employee must have gone out to take out the trash. No one's coming out. Or they were checking the inventory in the warehouse out back. No one's coming out. Okay, and then we see Shogun at the empty scramble crossing. Mimi saves us. Talking about the new gen cases. Chapter 4, D-Sword. Right in our room. Thinking about Mimi. Go to school. Close the P and we don't help her. Mismi-kun, Mimi. Talking with them. Alright, I'll just go neutral here. Okay. Nanami. On site, we're making her call them back. Okay, nothing new there, I suppose. Send out a chain, go to the train. She tells us about the patents and everything. About delusions. Grim. Kira. Yeah, this this soundtrack. Yeah. She really is kind of scary sometimes. Let's save real quick since it's been a while. We will continue skipping. Okay. And then that's right, we were like, oh my gosh, they're the police. They're gonna chase after us. Oh, you're overthinking it, I thought to myself, but I still tried to follow the police officer's movements closely. But maybe I was being too obvious because the cop looked over once again and it was clearly directed at me this time. I was the first to look down. I doubted that I could survive a staring contest against a cop. Had he looked at me for a reason? Or had he just looked at me because I had looked at him? Which was it? I didn't know. It could have been either one of those reasons. After waiting a few moments, I looked up and glanced at the officer once again. The cop was still looking at me, so I hurriedly turned my head away in a panic. This was bad. I was acting way too suspicious. With you already hunting me down, I couldn't afford to have the police coming after me too. I had to get out of this somehow. I wiped the cold sweat from my forehead. Still sitting down, I took a textbook out from my bag. I pretended to start reading it, then I casually looked over to see what the policeman was doing. The police officer brought a black object, likely a police radio, to his mouth. Was he reporting something? But from where I was sitting, the sound of cars passing by on the street below me was so loud, I couldn't hear his voice at all. This couldn't have gone any worse. That was what I felt like. Maybe I should get out of here, I thought to myself, but it was too late for that. If I did anything careless, it would be suicide. If you pretended to read a book, you would have to keep up that pretense for a certain amount of time, or else you'd look suspicious. I had to keep up the act until the cops stopped looking at me. But right as I thought that, I realized that a figure who previously looked like they were heading for the park was instead walking straight toward the policeman. Upon looking at them with the corner of my eyes shot open. Yeah, she couldn't have possibly come at a worse time. Oh, really? Cold sweat seeped not only from my forehead, but from my entire body. This was bad. This was really, really bad. It didn't look like you had noticed me yet, so I prayed that she would just walk away without doing so, but my prayers went unanswered. After all, the policeman's gaze was still trained on me. It was only natural that you had ran up to the cop and said something to him, would follow his gaze and lock onto me. That's right, she did say, actually, in that first route when we had played through it, that she was here and she overheard R and Ice's conversation, right? So I guess if you choose neutral, you actually find out she is there. I clicked my tongue, took my textbook back into my bag, then partially got up. I took a position that would allow me to bolt at any time. You and the policeman exchanged a few words, and then they both looked at me. Don't look at me. You had then blatantly pointed at me. She was explaining something to the cop. Ah. You gotta be kidding. You gotta be effing kidding. This felt like it was enough to make even a level-headed person like myself completely snap. Yo was reporting me to the police. And not only that, but she was telling him that nonsensical delusional BS that she'd pulled out of her ass, the idea that I was the Nugent killer. That may be enough to satisfy you, but just put yourself in my shoes. How would you feel if you got falsely accused? My cries obviously had no way of reaching her. The policeman who had listened to Yua's story began to approach me, his shoulders squared. I stood up. Shit. I was trapped. She was going to ruin my life. What do I do? What should I do? Should I just tell the policeman the truth? That it was all a delusion she came up with? I didn't do anything. I was a model citizen. There was no way. That would never work. In this day and age, when given the choice between an otaku freak like me and a wholesome high school girl like Yua, it was fairly obvious who the cops were more likely to believe. There was no way they'd ever take anything I had to say seriously. That was why I had to run away right this instant. The second I thought that, I turned on my heel and broke into a sprint. I crossed the overpass leading toward the stairs to Meiji-dori. When I got there, I looked behind me and saw a policeman sprinting after me. And not only that, but strangely enough, the man sitting on the bench and even one of the homeless people were right behind him. You've got to be kidding. Had you had the police on her side the entire time? Had Miyashita Park been full of undercover detectives the entire time? I had no idea what to do anymore. I had been caught completely off guard. It was so incredibly unreasonable that I had felt like I was about to cry. I hadn't done anything. I hadn't done anything at all. The police were being jerked around by her. This was insane. Wiping away my tears, I rushed down the stairs. I ran down Meiji-dori, heading straight toward the station without looking at anyone or anything. Okay, and then we went to Ayase. Okay. Well, we'll just go neutral. Man, that is a cool outfit though. When she's Fess. Two of them. I like that BGM. It's nice, it's chill. And the crying, the video on YouTube. We're zooming through. Oh, I stood up abruptly, threw my bag over my shoulder, and looked toward the door to the classroom. Yua, only to find her standing there, looking at me. Oh my gosh. I instinctively screamed. Did you do that out loud? Yeah, I guess so. Oh my gosh. At least half of my classmates are still in the classroom. Every one of their icy gazes pierced me at once. Stop it. Run. Don't look at me. Run away. Please don't look at me. Get out of here. He's running out, I guess. In a pure state of panic, I blew past my classmates and burst out of the classroom via the door Yua wasn't standing at. With no real destination in mind, I found myself in the courtyard. But the second I set foot in it, I was hit by the strong urge to vomit. I tried to hold it back, but it was no use. I fell to my knees and out spewed out the contents of my stomach. And then Mimi comforts us. Yeah. The people protesting, she's like, I'll do anything for the Phantasm CD. Okay. The road. And we're looking up the patent. Oh my gosh, it's all in English. And Grimm's friend helps us out. Actually, wait, can I go back a bit? Shiho, that was name of Grimm's friend, I guess, right? I wonder if we will get to know who Shiho is too. Maybe not. But Nimi was impressed by her English skills. Okay, but dum. Wow. Okay. Flag trip. Oh, Takumi. Grim. But yeah, I guess she was grim on purpose, always talking about the new gen cases to expose Takumi to them, right? Since their goal was to break him. Kozupi. Yeah, the dots. And the da-da-da. Oh wait. Oh no, wait, Kozupi is here. Is this a different one? Oh yeah, I guess it was different than what I was thinking of. I guess the hands over the eyes is a later one. Mimi hurried over to me in a half sprint.
わざわざ待っててくれたんだ。ありがとう。そんなに私と一緒に帰りたかった？
No, I think it was here actually, right? She peered into my face with a broad grin. I quickly turned away. Thanks to the setting sun, she shouldn't have noticed my face turning red. Rather than wanting to head home together, it was more like I was too scared to do it alone. I even felt paranoid just waiting alone at the gate. What if Yua was hiding in the shadows? Mimi should have known that, and yet she was deliberately probing me in a teasing manner.
はあ、嘘でも。ねえ、私さ。
Hmm? They shone faintly with the afterglow of the
タク
sunset.
の力になれて結構嬉しいよ。
Mimi.
ありがとう。
I thanked her out of reflex. I truly was thankful, though. Mimi had become completely irreplaceable to me. Until I found a D sword, she was all I had to rely on.
どういたしまして。
With a joyous smile, Mimi guided me
さあ、
away.
帰ろう。
Mimi is so nice. She really is so good to us. Momose. Man, my stomach is kind of rumbling a bit. I guess, yeah. I'm trying to think about what I ate today. I had kind of a large lunch. But I guess, yeah, that was lunch. It was kind of early too. It was like at 11-ish. And then, well, I did eat a lot, so then I wasn't really hungry. But then I was passing by and I saw this like desserts place, so I went in and I got a crepe. I guess I didn't eat a dinner, huh? and then I napped and then stream. What should I eat? Honestly, part of me just wants to get like fries or something. Fries are just so good. Or I also have some frozen tater tots that I could put in my air fryer. As a proud air fryer owner. Maybe I'll just, or I could actually eat something more proper. My options. Actually, yeah, I guess, you know, I had hot pot with my friends earlier in the week. And we had some leftover ingredients for that, so maybe I'll like cook those somehow and eat that after. But so far, every time I'd murmured that, Mimi would show up with perfect timing, and yet despite that, she wasn't picking up the phone. My gaze wandered around the room, eventually landing on the fake D-sword leaning against the corner. I grabbed it and held it in my hand, clinging to the little hope I had. It was just a toy, Ayase had assured me of that. But I wanted to think that maybe, just maybe, there was still a chance. As long as I had a D-sword, I could be saved. I could even strike back against Shogun's attacks. So please, I beg you. I held up the D-sword and focused on the tip. Please, become real. Please, save me. I closed my eyes tightly and directed all my strength into the hand grasping the hilt. Silence. I slowly opened my eyes. Nothing had changed. It was just a toy. I violently threw the toy sword on the floor and began to pace around my room. Biting my nails, I searched through my possible options, but I was so overwhelmed by terror that I couldn't even think straight. I tried to think harder, but my head started hurting again, so there was nothing to do but go back to the computer. Okay, yeah, same. Aya said it's gonna jump. The door. Okay, wait, let's save real quick. I think this, yeah, this is chapter 6 now, so we should be reaching the branch somewhat soonish. I believe. Muzzle me. Okay. And we'll just go neutral for this. Okay. At the hospital. Nazuki and Sua conspiring. Yeah, that's the name. Was at the hospital. Whose eyes are those? Ah, sorry, we get the email. Okay. And then we'll find her hand. Whose phone was ringing? And I don't think it actually matters, so I'll just go neutral here. Oh! Okay, I guess in this one, no arm. Still quite a bit of blood there, though. Or hand, I guess. Lying in the foil. Oh my gosh. Wait, could you hear my stomach just now? I think that was kind of loud. There's no music, too. Ah. Lying in the foil was a phone identical to mine. A phone with blood splattered all over it. I understood all too clearly what it meant. Okay, chapter 7, Daydream. I could no longer concentrate. Okay, let me get rid of the skip now. It's probably all going to be different from here. Oh, and the vision is woozy. Unable to take it anymore, I whipped open the door to my base and leapt outside. My whole body was exuding an insane amount of moisture, covering me in an unpleasant, greasy sweat. The nightly wind felt colder than usual. The moment my feet hit the chilly concrete, I immediately realized I wasn't wearing any shoes. I had to go. I had to do what Shogun had said. I had to go to O-Front. Obviously I was scared, and obviously I didn't want to go. All I wanted was to curl up in my room and hug my knees in fear, but I felt that if I didn't, something horrible would happen to Nanami. The tears refused to stop. Even if I wiped my eyes, my sight was still constantly blurred.
Nanami.
My whimpers were even more pathetic than I'd expected them to be, to the point where I felt like throwing up. I shook my head back and forth, desperately trying to shove down the weakness welling up within me. Even the slightest amount of hesitation here would mean I'd never leave for O-Front, so I had no choice but to keep up my momentum. I'm too worried about Nanami, so I can't just stand around. And with that thought, I bolted away from my room. Don't lose this momentum, make it to O-Front, and things might just work out. Hurry up and put your shoes on. After that, grab your Seiratan figure as a good luck charm. And then run, just run. Run as hard as you possibly can. I guess he's still taking the Seiratan figure with him. Right now, you're Nanami's only hope. I clenched my teeth and then, right as I was moving back to my base to grab my shoes, I thought I heard something. I sprang up in surprise, and then, when I turned toward where the sound had come from, I saw a person. Will it be Nanami? Oh, why is she not wearing any clothes? Nanami? I rubbed my eyes, then took another look at her face. It was Nanami. I would know her face anywhere.
Nanami!
I rushed to her side. For some reason, she was completely naked. Her head hung toward the ground lifelessly, and I couldn't make out the expression on her face. Every few seconds, her slender body trembled.
Nanami!
Even though I'd rushed over to her, I still had absolutely no clue what had happened to her, nor what to do in response. All I could do was call her name over and over. What I really wanted to do was hug her, but the thought that she might then think I was a pervert made me hesitate. Why is there no life in her eyes? What happened? Sluggishly, Nanami's head lifted up toward me. Her face was pale and her lips were somehow worse. It felt like she was on the verge of death. Her eyes were vacant and hollow, and yet when she looked toward me, I could see large tears spilling from the corners of them. Also, I guess she has both hands, which is nice.
どうしたの？大丈夫なの？
In response to my question, she shook her head lightly from side to side.
よく思い出せないよ。
In any case, I quickly looked over to see if she was injured. Of course, I didn't want to seem like I was deliberately looking at anything I shouldn't. Takumi... At least she didn't seem injured. Wait, then whose blood was that on the cell phone? You know what, I just worry about that later. Okay.
とにかく寒いから中に。
Yeah, put some clothes on. I held out my hand to her. She was pretty slow to react. Her trembling showed no signs of stopping. She looked like a newborn fawn. Nanami grasped my hand. She was cold, so cold in fact, that I unintentionally let out a yelp.
冷えすぎだろ。
Bracing myself for her getting mad at me, I touched her bare shoulders. She was cold to the touch. Should I get a hot shower ready for her, or should I make something hot to drink first? Regardless of which, I couldn't just leave her naked here. This wasn't a situation in which I could care about what she would think. Yeah. Just get her inside for now, I guess. Yeah, would be good. Oh! Is this a Seratan sweatshirt? It looks good on her though. I tried to pick the cleanest thing I could find to put on Nanami, but my lifestyle didn't exactly make that very easy. I didn't have many clothes for wearing in public at all, really. So, reluctantly, I'd given her my brand new Bloodtoon sweatshirt that I'd been hanging onto for safekeeping. Then I'd made her some instant coffee. Generally, coffee wasn't my thing, but I remember Nanami bringing some over a long while back, saying Mom and Dad had made her. It hadn't expired quite yet, so it should have been fine. Nanami was sitting quietly on the sofa. She still looked pale, but her shivering had stopped. It seemed getting fresh clothes helped her body stabilize. I silently handed over the cup of coffee and she meekly accepted it.
ありがとう。
She wrapped the cup with both hands and stared fixedly at the surface of the dark liquid.
ブラックだね。
砂糖とかミルクとかそんな気の利いたものはここにはないんだ。
Likely understanding the situation, she pursed her lips and blew on the coffee. And then she slowly raised the cup to her mouth. No. Was she not good with hot things? I couldn't remember she'd always been like that, though it didn't help that I never paid much attention to details like that to begin with. Nanami started chugging the coffee like her life depended on it. Her cheeks were turning rosier, so her body was probably heating up as it moved through her. Hi, hello, just a normal person. Welcome.
ねえ、このコーヒ
How you
ー熱
doing?
いよ。
じゃあ飲むな。
Oh yeah, we started Nanami route now. So we're on our third route. Can either whine or be honest, but you can't do both. Then again, her complaining was probably a sign that she was feeling better.
なあ、一体何があったの？
Yeah, what did happen, actually? Finally, I'd managed to suck it up and ask her what was on my mind. When I'd seen the cell phone covered in blood, I thought for sure that Shogun had kidnapped her. But in the end, it turned out to be nothing. And now I had no reason to go to Ofront. I could just stay here with Nanami. I still didn't understand what happened, though. Nanami had very clearly been naked outside. Her abnormally low body temperature was also puzzling. In response to my question, Nanami stared blankly into her cup.
わかんない。
You don't
自
know?
分でもなんでお兄の部屋の前にいたのかよく思い出せないの。
Don't tell me. Did she have amnesia?
シワだらけの子供に会わなかった。
Really shady.
携帯なくしたような。
なくしたのかな。
誰かに。
ひどいことって。
that an eroge-like term? I can never say that out loud. Being fine, so I can be on the streams I couldn't school. Oh, no worries. I'm glad you're doing well, though. But yeah, it do be like that. I mean, I hadn't seen any injuries on her, so that didn't seem likely anyway. Yeah, it's good to see you. As if she had just remembered something, her head shot up. Oh, yeah, I guess it was also taken with her clothes. And I guess since her hand wasn't in the box this time, it also was not there.
服も持ち物もないんだから。
なんでだろう。バングルだけはなくしちゃったことを思い出して。
どこでなくしたの？
それはわかんないけど。
Nanami was really disheartened. She must have been thinking that it was gone for good and that we'd never find it now. Hearing her story, well, it still didn't tell me a thing about what had happened. Should I take her to the hospital? Before that, maybe I should contact our parents. That way they could come and pick her up.
ねえ、お兄。今日なんだかナナが混乱してて、わけわかんなくて。あんまり動きたくないよ。
Well, her usual volume was at an all-time low, so I didn't see an issue with her staying the night.
親には連絡しとけよ。
I approached the cardboard box that I left in the corner. I then took out the blood-smeared cell phone. After carefully wiping down the phone with a wet wipe, I handed it to Nanami.
ナナの。
これ。
Nanami tilted her head. It'd been stupid of me to ask.
親に連絡したら体温めた方がいいと思うし。
My shower was outside. It was a prefab shower of sorts, and it was situated right next to my container. I've been forced to set up the drainage and whatnot myself, but it was more than usable. It was typically what I used after all, and since I didn't have a bathtub, I just used the nearby public bath whenever I was in the mood for something longer.
ねえ、一緒に。
は？
Had my sister gone totally bonkers? When she saw how taken aback I was, Nanami gave a strained laugh.
違うよ。でも一人で外に出るの。
I hope
怖くて。
not too much stuff will happen this room. Okay, I guess that makes sense. Randomly waking up outside completely naked with no idea how you got there, what happened to you. It must be pretty freaky.
だからナナがシャワー浴びている間。ダメかな。
She played at me with puppy dog eyes, but all it did was make me groan internally. This was bad. She was starting to turn ever so slightly moe.
わかったよ。
Since Nana was feeling so weak, just for today I do the brotherly thing. Okay. What was that? In my sleep I faintly heard a noise. Cell phone? What exactly was it, and where had I heard it before? Oh, I know, it was the cell phone vibrating. Was someone trying to call me? Wait, someone was calling my phone? Was something that unusual actually happening? Or was it the usual you may pass prank call I've been getting lately? If so, then no way was I answering it. I passed out for over an hour last time because of how eerie it had been, so I simply ignored the call and tried to fall back asleep. But now that I was aware of the noise, it was even harder than ever to drive it out of my mind. Whoever the caller was, they were persistent. Their calls kept coming one after the other. Oh, we're woozy. I opened my eyes only to realize I was lying on the floor. I guess it was Nanami's phone, maybe. Nanami ought to have been asleep on the couch, and yet she wasn't there. Where had she gone? The bathroom? Or had she cancelled her plans to stay overnight and just headed back home? The cell phone continued vibrating all throughout my weak, groggy attempt at getting up. It'd gone on for over 3 minutes now. My answering machine should have kicked in, but I guess I'd forgotten to set it up. Well, maybe it is just his phone then. Tired of the caller's sheer persistence, I grabbed the cell phone off my PC desk. The incoming call... Restricted phone number. Was from a restricted number. Okay, then I had no idea who it was. I really didn't want to answer it, but...
もしもし。
Hmm?
誰？
Nanami. It was Nanami. I breathed a sigh of relief. She doesn't sound so good, though. Question mark? Where the hell is she even calling from? It'd only been a few hours. What happened to her being exhausted and not wanting to leave?
ナナミか。
右手を
Ah.
返して。
Oh, we did get this call in the other route as well, too.
ナナの
Also, I see it, yeah. 4 p.m.? It disconnected. Nothing she'd said made any sense to me. STFU. What the hell kind of prank was this? God damn it, I felt stupid for even worrying. Since she seemed to be doing just fine now, I guess I didn't need to look for her after all. I was exhausted beyond belief, so I definitely didn't have the energy to deal with pranks. Lying back down, I tossed the phone away and closed my eyes. Look! Scared me. Oh my gosh. The serotonin alarm.
起きたらおはようのキスしてあげるからさ。って私何言ってんだろ。ちょっといつまで寝てるんさ。このボケナス。
Waking to the sound of Seroton's voice, I noticed Nanami was still absent. Had she headed home without telling me? Or had she gone to school instead? What was the date today, even? Did my attendance chart say this was a school day? My mind was caught in a haze. Man, I was still half asleep. What time was it right now? Without getting up from the floor, I continued being hazily lost in thought when... Wow, it's Nanami! She's still wearing the blood-tuned sweatshirt. After opening the door, Nanami's face peered inside.
帰ったんじゃないのか。
帰ってないよ。泊まるって言ったじゃん。
ということは、やっぱり昨日の深夜のあれはいたずらだ。
いたずら？何のこと？
Nanami tilted her head, playing all innocent. Was she really gonna drag this out by pretending she hadn't done anything? Okay, let me save real quick. Yeah. I think I'll also go to the restroom again. And maybe... I think I'll get a little snack. Yeah. Let me end the poll as well. I'll put a new question up, but... ended up with 57% yes, 42% no for do you have any packages you're looking forward to? And if you said yes, feel free to say what it is you're looking forward to receiving in the mail if you would like. But, oh. Start a poll. What should I ask this time? I feel like I thought of something earlier, but then I just immediately forgot it. What was I thinking? I don't know. Okay, I'll ask this. It's a simple question, another yes/no, but... Okay, I will be right back. Yeah. Thank you. Also, wow, 100% yes right now. Okay, I mean, I was just thinking of it because I got a crepe earlier today, right? And I got it with bananas and Nutella. But I feel like I have mixed feelings about Nutella, you know? Like, I like the taste of it, but then I don't know, I feel like it's quite sweet. And like the texture is kind of sticky, you know? So I'm like, if these things were different, I would like it a lot more, I think. Howdy. Hello, Shy Knight, welcome. How are you doing? Yes, I have returned with my snack as well, which is another sweet thing, I guess. I don't have that many like savory snacks, which I feel like I should fix. Or like I have like, you know, instant foods, right? Then those like they still take some time. Like I have my instant spicy ramen, my instant Indomie, my instant mac and cheese. Yeah. I love instant noodles. I still need to get that 3x ramen. I haven't had the chance to go and look for it. I like eating chips for a snack. I do! I love chips! Especially... what flavor? Kettle cooked sea salt and vinegar potato chips. I just don't really have any right now, is the thing. I mean, okay, I do have some kettle cooked sea salt and vinegar potato chips, but I want to save them for when I'm like, you know, when I can focus on eating them. And when I'm like, you know, gaming, I guess, or streaming. But there's not much left. There's like maybe... There's not much left. Maybe like a sixth of the bag left. Or less. Yeah. And aside from that, I don't have any other chips. Because I ate them, I guess. I did have some... I had the like, Trader Joe version of the like Pringle chips. But I ate them all, so there's none left now. The Doritos. Honestly, Doritos sound really good right now, I'm not gonna lie. Something savory sounds good right now. Actually, wait, let me write this down. I should have Dorito flavors as a poll sometime. Let me write it down. Also, my cat is on my lap right now. My baby. But yeah, that would be a real gamer move of me, right? Take out the Doritos. I do quite like Doritos. I do. But I kind of wait, let me hide this for a second real quick. I just want to check the tips list. Okay, it has not been updated. I was curious if it would have my new results. Oh wait, oh it does! Okay, wait, let me give it a quick glance. Before I show you guys. Just make sure. Okay, yeah, this is fine. And I was like, will it say anything specific about any of, like, you know, things, but... Diagnostic results. You are moderately delusional, which is the most common diagnosis. You live a relatively comfortable life in the real world and are likely able to spend around the same amount of time hanging out with friends as you do enjoying TV, video games, and other media by yourself. Human beings are creatures that require delusions in moderation, for such a thing is the reason why our minds are so enriched. In your case, I'm sure you can enjoy your delusions while still making the best of your real life. Going forward, it'll be important to maintain a good balance between real life and delusions. If you allow your delusions to run too wild, you may find yourself in danger of becoming a freak in no time at all. A word from Ayase, I suggest you sing. Let song flow from your lips. Singing is an act that exists in reality. However, pouring your thoughts into song is an act born from delusion. Singing allows these two sides to coexist, and you can share such a beautiful coalescence with many. That is why you should sing. A word from Yua. I by no means think it's weird to enjoy anime, but please don't let anime be the only thing you talk about in daily conversations. I'll keep that in mind, Yua. And thank you for the wise words, Ayase. But there's a pizza Dorito flavor that got discontinued. It sounds good. I used to love getting the pizza flavored goldfish. And as I was looking in my pantry to get a snack just now, I was like, man, goldfish sound really good right now. I just do not have any. So maybe I'll buy some next time I go shopping. But Nanami tilted her head, playing all innocent. Was she really gonna drag this out by pretending she hadn't done anything? Don't think you can trick me so easily. I'm not that stupid. All things considered, after taking the night to decompress and giving it a look with fresh eyes, I couldn't help but notice how dangerous Nanami's outfit was. That sweatshirt was, of course, nothing. Yep, nothing at all. Every time Nanami moved her arms, the hem would ever so slightly lift. Sorry this, so I came this close.
鬼どこ見てんの
Takumi.
どこも
Nanami stretched the hem down, concealing her upper inner thigh. I can't! Okay, she just...
こんな飛ばすなそのトレーナー貴重なんだぞ
She opened the menu screen. Walked on my keyboard.
ナナよりトレーナーが心配なんだ
Okay, I kind of get it though. I feel like my merch. Cat gaming,
言
yeah.
っとくけど下着は履いてるもんね
Takumi, I didn't mean that. How had she gotten underwear? Well, at least she was back to her usual Nanami antics. That was something, I guess. She'd been feeble as all hell yesterday, but maybe she'd gotten over it after a good night's sleep. There was a remarkably pleasant smell in the air. It smelled like someone was cooking bacon.
ねえねえ
She
お兄も
cooking for
朝ごはん
us?
食べる
朝ごはん
今作ってるんだけど
My base's kitchen, well, its sink, was placed right next to the shower with no real care. For the record, I didn't get any gas up here. My solution to that was just to use a portable stove I'd gotten cheap from an online auction. But I never cooked my own meals, so it was likely stashed away in a corner or something. I guess Nanami must have gone through the trouble of digging it out of hiding. WTF.
メニュー
サンドイッチとベーコンエッグ
Wow.
ここのキッチンじゃあんまり凝ったもの作れないしね
Sandwich sounds nice.
それにお兄は貧乏地区だからむしろ
Practically
シンプルなものの
non-existent
方がい
sense
い
of
かなって
taste. Damn. My typical breakfast was just a combo of cola and a bean bun or something. It'd been a real long time since I'd actually had anything decent. Soda in the morning. And besides, I couldn't help but revel in the bliss that my sister had cooked it herself just for me. In my mind, this definitely made up for yesterday's prank.
よし
うわー偉そうまったく少しは感謝してよね
止めてやったんだ
それもそうかもじゃあ一応感謝感謝
I assumed she was going to bow her head to me, but she didn't end up doing that. Instead, Nanami headed straight back outside with a smile on her face.
お兄外で食べようよそれ持って
Aw,
きて
sounds nice, eating outside. Damn it, the nerve of her putting a guy that just woken up to work If I did this but the food sucked, she was gonna have hell to pay. I'm sure it'll be delicious. I set up a small folding table and some chairs, the kind you use for camping or whatnot, then waited for about 5 minutes. When Nanami finally finished making the food, she carried it over to the table and set it down. At the very least, it looked pretty appealing. Nanami had been our mom's helper in the kitchen for as long as I could remember. Suffice it to say, her cooking skills were pretty passable. Well, she was definitely lucky, because if she sucked at cooking, she wouldn't be able to pull the sheepish smile and the oopsie daisy tee. Only 2D girls had that right. Never talked to her again. Nanami flashed a smile as she sat down next to me. She was really close. Our shoulders were almost touching. There's no way I could eat when she was this close. It would be too embarrassing. So I put a bit of space between us. No, well, yeah, I did, but... The chair is just for camping. It's not even 30 centimeters tall, and it's light enough that even a girl could carry it with one hand. So it's not like it's a big deal to move it a little. Nanami clapped her hands together, then hurriedly readied her chopsticks. Her appetite seemed to be a lot stronger than before. Just in general, really, she seemed to be doing way better now. The fact that she had been so weak at all yesterday almost didn't seem real. Though, oddly enough, the more I thought about it, the more it felt like it just seemed not real, but that it actually hadn't been real. She'd been lying. But naturally, there was only a single reason for her to be lying. Filter. Something along those lines? Well, what kind of idoge did I think this was, Raffle now? Of course, I'd answer like so. But I refuse. I guess that was like a mini delusion. She'd hit the nail on the head, and my head instantly shot toward the table. Picking up a sandwich, I stuffed my mouth full. The ham sandwich had the perfect amount of mustard mayonnaise sauce. It was incredibly basic, just lunch meat sauce and bread, but considering I didn't stockpile any form of seasoning around here, it was pretty damn good. Wow! I see. Oh, so she bought herself some underwear. Until now she hadn't been wearing any. Mainstream women not understanding Seroton's appeal was exactly what made them so awful. And that said, if I had to walk through Shibuya or even Akiba like that, I probably wouldn't have the guts. So she used his money. I gawked. She really said that while she was munching on some bacon? It all worked out? Like hell it all worked out. Oh, that's true, I guess. I voiced my complaints to Nanami, but she just wasn't listening. Dejected, I squished the half-cooked yolk in my bacon and eggs. Runny yolk, sounds good. I love it. Yeah, I think I'm the one in pain here. Just because I've got loads of money sitting around for Armsy doesn't mean I'm a fan of getting stolen from. Besides, I'd given it to her free of charge, so it wasn't like she'd suffer any damages. So why the hell is she so fixated on this stupid thing? Nanami squirmed in her seat.
だって初めてお兄からもらったプレゼントだったんだもん。
You're not
すごく
fooling
嬉しかったの
anyone.
に。
Saying cute shit isn't going to make me forget about how you took my money without asking. The music's fading out.
なのね、絶対見つけ出すから。なくしたままにしておくなんてできないよ。
For some reason, she tightly clenched her fists as she said that. As I inadvertently watched her do so, my eyes drifted toward the cuff of her right hand and landed on a white bandage. A bandage that gave me an awful, awful feeling.
その包帯。
あ、これ？
When I pointed it out, Nanami took the time to roll up her sleeve and show it off. There was definitely a bandage on her right wrist. Even though yesterday, back when she'd been cowering next to my base completely naked, there had been no such thing.
右手をナナの右手。
Oh, I see. This was a continuation of yesterday's prank, wasn't it? Pretty damn elaborate plan. What the hell was she trying to accomplish, though?
そんな包帯外せよ。いたずらにしたって
いたずらなんかじゃないよ。朝起きてから右手が
And
ち
the
ょっと
difference
ズキ
between
ズ
this
キするの。
expression and the last one.
原因はわかんないけど、
ズキズキ痛むのに包帯だけ巻いたって意味ないだろ。
包帯だけのわけないじゃん。ちゃんと湿布も貼ったよ。
だったら湿布だけでいいじゃないか。わざわざ包帯を巻く意味がわからない。
そうだけど、ほら、病は気からって言うし。
I like the little mouth flaps with this mouse. Mouth? They look funny. What are you even trying to say? I'm pretty sure you reversed those.
いいから取れよ。
Despite the fact that I was acting rude on the outside, and also gulping down my sandwich, on the inside my heart was pounding out of my chest. I was probably just overthinking things, but if the phone call from Nanami yesterday hadn't been a prank, then Nanami being sick really had been just an act, and in reality something really bad was going on with her, something she was trying to hide from me.
もう、ほんと、わがままなお兄だな。
Despite looking reluctant, Nanami undid the bandage. I was confused by her surprising obedience. I guess I really had just been overthinking things. Looking away from her arm for a second, I brought some bacon and eggs to my mouth.
はい、取ったよ。
I gulped once, and then slowly, my sister's arm took over my sight. Underneath the bandage, it was as normal as could be. Phew. Not a scratch on her, not even any internal bleeding. She'd even bothered to take the wet compress off too, even though I hadn't asked her to. I grabbed Nanami's hand and brought my face in for a closer inspection.
お兄？
何にもない。
あるなんて一言も言ってないよ。ズキズキするんだって説明したじゃん。
Oh, I guess you did. I knew I'd just been overthinking things. I guess that email yesterday from Shogun had still been on my mind, leaving me to freak out at anything even remotely suspicious. Wait, WTF?
くそお前の腕が湿布さ。
I couldn't help but grimace as I let go of Nanami's arm.
そんなの当たり前じゃん。女の子に臭いって言うなんて最低。バカ鬼。
うるさい。さっさと飯食って学校行け。
I had no interest in wasting any more valuable time with Nanami's annoying nitpicking BS.
あ、そっか。学校か。でも、制
Yeah.
服ないのにどうやって行こう。
確かに。
今日は学校休んで家に帰ろっと。ブラウスとスカートの会話あるけど、ブレザーはどうしよう。新しく買ってもらうしかないかな。
As Nanami continued muttering to herself about what her plans were, I gave her one last sidelong glance, wolfed down the rest of my breakfast, and went back into the container house. Ah!
28日未明、渋谷区小東の路上で男性の変死体が発見されました。被害者は練馬区に住む橋谷康之さん31歳で、死因は異物を喉に詰まらせたことによる窒息死とみられています。
It's a man this time, instead of the woman who ate her hand, I guess.
被害者の口にはハサミで細かく切り刻まれた大量の布が詰め込まれており、また胃の中からも同様の布が多数見つかりました。警察の発表によりますと、布は渋谷区にある私立水明学園の女子冬用制服である可能性が高いとのことです。水明学園は現場から徒歩で3分ほどの距離にあり、警察では事件との関連を調べています。
Dominate tricks. Oh, another new case. And since it couldn't have just been a normal murder, a girl's winter uniform from Suime had been cut up with scissors and jammed into the victim's throat, choking him. Oh god, was that uniform Nanami's? It had to be. It couldn't be just a coincidence. The timing was too perfect. It really was Shogun. Whatever that guy's goal was, it must have involved kidnapping Nanami and tearing off her uniform. That asshole was 100% trying to provoke me. I was next. I was gonna be the next person to die.
お兄、どうしたの？
Nanami's here. Nanami called out from behind me, nearly making me tumble out of my chair.
顔色悪いみたい。
ななみ。
I reached a hand out to Nanami.
僕は殺される。
殺されるって。
本当なんだ。間違いない。あいつは次こそ僕を狙ってくる。ななみごめん、僕のせいで。あいつはお前のこと誘拐して。僕はどうすれば。怖い。怖いよ。
Pathetic as it was to do this in front of my sister, my heart couldn't take it anymore. I wanted to cling to someone who could protect me. I hadn't heard a thing from Mimi lately. Ayase was hospitalized. There wasn't anyone to protect me. But right as I thought that, Nanami gently took hold of my outstretched hand.
もう、本当にはダメだな。一人じゃ何にもできないんだから。きっと、ゲームのやりすぎで疲れてるんだよ。今日は
僕を一人にしないで。
わかったから。お兄を一人になんかしないよ。
本当。
昨日はナナがお兄に優しくしてもらったから、
ナナミ。
At the end of the day, family really was who you should keep closest. Whenever you actually needed something, everyone else would disappear on you. They were all useless where it actually mattered. The only thing that could well and truly support me in my time of need was family. Nanami lending me a hand was such a relief I could barely keep myself from bursting into tears. I clung to Nanami's hand.
甘えん坊だね、お兄って。これじゃあナナがお姉さんで、お兄が弟みたいだよ。
うるさいな。
はい。よし。
Nanami jokingly patted my head. It might have only been a bit of messing around to Nanami, but to me right now, the feeling was immensely comforting.
ナナミ。
何？
Normally, Nanami and I only ever got into arguments, so it was pretty embarrassing to ask her for a favor, but I couldn't bring myself to care about that right now.
今日も。
なんでそこで黙っちゃうかな。
今日も泊まっていってくれ。
I feel a little more at ease if she did. I couldn't stand the thought of staying in this room all alone, completely terrified of Shogun. But Nanami would probably be against it. She'd likely call me a pervert for it, especially since I'd had so much trouble saying it. I nervously turned to Nanami, expecting that reaction.
なんだ、そんなことか。別に何泊したっていいよ。
本当？
一応、ナナだってお兄の心配はしてるんだからね。さすがに、今のお兄を放っておけないよ。
ありがとう。助かる。
Thank God. Family really is the best. Now, my blood-related little sister, she's the best. Oh, Nanami, I'm so glad we're related. If she got rid of that bratty side, she'd 100% the ideal little sister. Oh, we're woozy. Nanami wasn't coming back. Earlier, at around noon, Nanami had gone to get clothes from home, as well as something to eat while she was out. With a carefree wave of her hand, she'd given me a be back soon, then left. 8 hours had passed since then. Oh, that is quite some time, actually. I hadn't gone online or even watched Bloodtoon. I'd simply sat on the couch doing nothing but waiting for Nanami to come back. Ever since she'd left, I've been clutching my phone tightly, checking it every passing minute for any emails or calls from Nanami. Though I tried calling from my end, all I'd ever get was a message saying that the signal hadn't gone through, or that her phone was off. Why wasn't she coming back? Had her parents said something to her? If so, what would it have been? It doesn't matter if you two are siblings. Boys and girls your age shouldn't be staying in the same tiny room overnight or something. Sounds yeah, no. Maybe they were just giving her hell over losing her uniform. When I thought about it for a second, I realized that Nanami would have been wandering the streets of Shibuya totally nude before arriving at my base. But bluntly, this is actually pretty serious. It wouldn't surprise me if it turned into an outright criminal case. Because of that, I wouldn't put it past our parents to freak out and call the police in a panic. But what if none of that was it? What if it was actually so much worse? What if this time while Nanami was heading home, Shogun, or maybe his underling Yua, had kidnapped her? And if that wasn't bad enough, what if they'd already killed her? The possibility of having another email from Shogun made me too scared to check my inbox at all.
ナナミ、僕を一人にしないで。
Please, hurry and come back. Until I finally calm back down, I want you to forget all about school and stay by my side the whole time. Mimi promised me that, but she disappeared on me. If you disappeared, Nanami, I... Getting a call. Clutched in my hand, my cell phone began to vibrate. The second I noticed it, I immediately pressed the answer button and the call connected.
もしもし、ナナミ。おい、ナナミ、今どこにいる？
お兄、助けて。
A shudder ran through me. Oh God, had Shogun really abducted her?
どうして見捨てたの？
将軍か。あいつに何かされたの？
右手が痛いの。
まただ。
Sluggishly lowering my phone, I mumbled out almost unconsciously, deja vu. It was just like the call from yesterday. Back then, she'd said, "Give me back my right hand." I thought it was just a prank, but was I mistaken? I didn't know. Yeah, I don't know. Will we get to see Nanami normal again after that phone call, or will she actually be gone now? I cowered in place, holding my head. Nanami, just where are you? Please come back already. Oh. Not Nanami coming back or us leaving. Staggeringly, I aimlessly made my way outside. Okay, I guess we're leaving. The sky was already dark as could be. The moon was nowhere to be seen. The distant outline of Shibuya was covered in a faint light. Going outside was a start, but I still wasn't anywhere close to having the strength to find Nanami. Should I give her another call? It was certainly possible that she was still pranking me for the second day in a row. Maybe I was really overthinking this.
お兄、何してん
She
の？
came back. Well, casual clothes. Startled, I looked toward the voice and saw Nanami standing there, looking puzzled. She must have changed clothes, given her outfit was different than when she'd left. She also had a shopping bag in her hand.
お前、今まで。
ごめんね、遅くなっちゃって。お母さんと一緒に新しい制服を買いに行ってたら、こんな時間になっちゃった。
That was the best answer I could have hoped for. Though even then, one thing still bothered me.
さっきの電話は。
電話って？ああ、メールで送れるって伝えておけばよかったね。
そうじゃなくて、電話してきただろ。僕の携帯。
してないよ。鬼、ボケボケだね。
Nanomi's answer seemed pretty relaxed. The conversation was just beyond off. Talk about dissonance.
それより、今日の晩ご飯、なんだと思う？へへ、なんと、ハン
待てよ、電話。
もう、しつこい。言ってないってば。誰かと間違えてるんじゃないの？
Putting on a very clearly sullen face, Nanami stormed into the container in a pout. Was I being deceived? It didn't really seem like it. Not to mention, Nanami wasn't really the type to pull such shit-tier pranks. Or at least that was how I remembered her being. So what was that phone call then? Another one of Shogun's traps? Just then I felt a chill on the nape of my neck, just like I was being watched. Whose eyes are those eyes? So, like, is this whole thing with Nanami just not real? Or what is happening here? After we finish dinner...
ナナミ、話がある。
何？
Without looking up from the manga she was reading, she gave an apathetic reply. She'd been flipping through various volumes from the piles of manga stacked up in the corner of the room. I guess the phone calls could be fabricated as well, I guess.
ちゃんと聞けよ。
どうしたの？急に改まっちゃって。
Perplexed, she closed the manga, straightened her back, then faced me.
これでいい？
おとといのことは、何か思い出した。
The day before yesterday, Nanami had been cowering outside my container house, completely naked. Her clothes, school bag, and bangle were all missing. As for her phone, it had been sent to me in a cardboard box covered in blood. Nothing about this was normal. Nanami had said herself that not even she knew what had happened. She'd been suffering from mild amnesia. Was she still dealing with it, though? Maybe she'd recovered since then. After all, she was acting like she was totally back to her usual self. When I asked her if she remembered anything now, Nanami immediately frowned, then lightly shook her head from side to side.
まだ。
全く。
全く。なるべくね。そのことは、おかげで、制服がなくなった理由、ごまかすの大変だったよ。
Maybe I should take her to the hospital after all. What field of study would amnesia even fall under? Psychiatry? If it is psych, then we should probably see Dr. Takashina. At least that was my thought process, until I remembered Dr. Takashina had been murdered as a part of Newgen. A sharp pain shot deep into my chest.
ナナミ。
Nanami's eyes went wide. Of course, pretty much anyone would react like that if I suddenly said something so batshit. Problem was, this was the truth, so I decided to tell her everything. Okay. I told her about Shogun, about how I'd witnessed the third Newgen case, the crucifixion, and how, after that, countless strange, terrifying things had been following me without end. I told her about the threatening emails and other messages Shogun had sent me right before she'd landed naked on my doorstep. And lastly, I told her about the 2 prank calls I'd received from a fake version of her. At first, Nanami forced a smile and said, "Big bro, don't you think you're being kinda delusional?" But eventually she realized that I wasn't joking around, and her expression stiffened.
いいか、どこで襲われるかは。
お兄。
僕だって、だから2人で協力するんだ。
If the two of us stuck together, we could keep each other safe. Not that I had any clue how a shitty older brother like me could keep her safe, nor how I'd support her feelings and whatnot. All I knew was that I couldn't bear it if she left me alone. I would have preferred help from someone who could have offered physical protection, but, well, my first choice would have been the police, but I was hesitant to talk to them. Those detectives I'd spoken to in front of the Kurenai conference hall hadn't shown themselves since then. What happened to all that talk of defending me? Besides, they still might have suspected me of being the culprit behind the crucifixion. Trusting the police was out of the question. Until I could think of a better countermeasure, the only thing I had was to stay locked in my base. Sinking into the couch, Nanami wrapped her arms around herself and simply trembled. Now we're both scared. Sitting on the couch myself, I stared idly at the Seirathan poster hanging above my PC. The room was completely clean now. After telling Nanami everything, she'd gone silent for a moment out of fear, before breaking the silence with a, "You know what, let's clean up in here. Now it's clean." It'd taken 2 to 3 hours for things to get this clean. Guess she'd figured that keeping herself moving would mean she wouldn't have to think about everything else. She was lying in bed now. When was the last time that bed had been used for its intended purpose? I actually had used it for a couple months back when I'd first started living here, or at least I felt like I had. It was always such a hassle cleaning this place up. Every time I did it, it was total hell, and I just couldn't wait for it to be over. As things were now, though, I was glad it was actually clean for once. Last night, Nanami had slept on the couch and I on the floor. So I couldn't be any happier to be sleeping on the couch tonight because goddamn had that not been comfortable. That said, I was a night owl by nature, so unlike Nanami, I wouldn't be drifting off so early. Well, yesterday had already ended, so I guess right now was technically early. I usually hit the sack once the sky started to brighten up. So yeah, I was pretty much just lying there on the couch staring off into space. Had Nanami fallen asleep yet? Judging by her breathing, probably not. Then, as if she'd somehow heard my thoughts, Nanami began to squirm around. She tossed and turned for a moment before eventually showing her face.
ねえ、お兄。
Nanami looked like she had something on her mind. After a moment, she timidly spoke up.
別にナナが一緒に寝たいわけじゃないよ。ほら、ダメダメお兄は怖くて怖くて一人じゃ寝つけないみたいだから。本当は嫌だけど、今日だけは特別ってことで。
Her voice slowly got weaker and weaker as she spoke. Try as she might to keep up the front, at the end of the day, Nanami was just too scared to sleep. Oh, Nanami. So, that was how I ended up in this situation. It's like, I'm sure you're all wondering how I ended up here. Let's save real quick. It's been a little while. Chapter 7, Nanami Route.
もしいやらしいことしたら
するわけ
わかんないじゃん。
しないって言ってるだろう。妹に。
What is this conversation?
ごめんなさい。もう言いません。
Nanami went silent, pursing her lips in a pout. This was way more embarrassing than I'd anticipated. I was beating oddly fast. Sure, she was my sister, but never once had I ever been this close to a 3D girl, not to mention we were literally sleeping in the same bed. Tagumi. You have to be staring at me.
なんだか変な。ねえ。
え？
思ってるんだ。
I mean, she was right, I did. She was a brat. She was always yapping on and on about dumb shit, and she was always finding some way to interfere with my life. Though, I suppose it was more fitting to say that I'd used to think of her that way. The past couple days or so, I've been spending more and more time with her. And during that time, even when she was feeling so incredibly weak, she'd still put on a smile and put up with a pathetic person like me. When I thought of it that way, it made me start to think that my sister was genuinely a source of comfort to me. Maybe even a really big one.
思ってな
Oh,
い
that's
よ。
nice.
別に思われた。ただね、勘違いしてほしくないんだけど、ナナはお兄のこと嫌いなわけじゃないからね。
Where the hell did that come from?
お兄って
入院はしてない。
She's thinking of
通
Shogun.
院してただけだ。
嘘、入院してたじゃん。
してない。お前の勘違い。
そうだっけ？まあいいけど、とにかくお兄が
None
学校
of
も
them
行け
think
なくて
that's
大変だった時
suspicious.
に
Neither of them.
ナナがしっかりしなくちゃって思うようになったの。いつもお兄に口うるさくあれこれ言ってたのだって。お兄が嫌いだったからとかじゃないよ。昔はお兄が病院に行くようになる前はお兄はナナにとっては頼りになるお兄だった。お兄のこと大好きだった。
Past tense, huh?
だから今度はナナがしっかりして少しでもお兄の負担にならないようにして、あんまり役に立ててたかどうかわかんないけど。
ダメな兄貴でごめん。
Maybe it was because of where I was, but for whatever reason, it was easy to say things I wouldn't normally
気に
say.
しないでいいよ、兄弟だもん。それにナナは昔の頼りがいのあるお兄のことも知って、どんなにダメでも
ナナミ。
So that was how Nanami felt. I was incredibly happy. At this point, I would never stop kicking myself for thinking that having a 3D sister would suck. Having a sister, having Nanami was a blessing.
でも今日はちょっとだけ、さっきは強がり言っちゃったけど、一人で横になってると、だからお兄に甘えたかったの。安心したかったの。
Nestling her body up against mine, Nanami buried her face in my chest. She smelled really nice.
ずっとこうしたかったんだ。ずっとお兄に甘えたかったんだ。
I couldn't help but embrace her slender body. I then hugged her tighter, then tighter. As long as I had Nanami, nothing else mattered. I didn't need Seiratan. I didn't need people bowing down to me in ESO. All I needed was Nanami, a girl of flesh and blood, a girl who always had me on her mind. Feeling her warmth on my skin put my mind entirely at ease, and next thing I knew, I was falling into a deep, gentle sleep. Okay. Sleep time. Oh, we're woozy. When I woke up, I was lying on the couch.
俺
That was weird. I thought I'd been asleep in my bed with Nanami. Had I woken up just enough to make my way over here, but not enough to realize it? I looked up at the bed, only to see a bulge under the sheets. Nanami must have still been asleep. I checked the time on my phone. 8:11 p.m. Huh? I felt an odd sense of discomfort. Something wasn't right. I had no idea what, though. It was like my brain had no idea what was going on anymore. What date is it today? If I remember correctly, I was pretty sure it wasn't November yet. Yeah, because for them, it's only been like, this was maybe like the 3rd or 4th day. But like, the last phone call was like October 27th, wasn't it? Something like that. And yeah, the time, yeah. I mean, how the hell could I have gone to sleep and then woken up at 8 p.m.? What, did that mean I slept for almost 20 straight hours? Yeah, not a chance. It didn't matter how much I'd let my guard down since I was with Nanami. There was no way I would have gotten that much shut-eye. You woke up on the couch, too, when you fell asleep on the bed. I had to wonder if my phone was just broken, and therefore the date and time were wrong. But when I checked, the date and time on my PC were the same as my phone, a little past 8 p.m. on November 4th.
嘘だ。嘘だよ。
Muttering that to myself, I connected to the internet, opening both my browser and email as I secured the latest news. But no matter where I looked, the date always indicated November 4th. I read through countless news articles before one in particular caught my eye. Ah! That's like the TV, yeah, I guess, yeah, we just didn't go. The article is dated October 28th, 1 week ago. No show. In a Japanese white claimed he was going to use his clairvoyance to expose the true culprit behind the colloquially named Nugent, and that would all happen that very night at Scramble Crossing. Live broadcast starting at 9 p.m. And yet their judgment would soon be found to be incredibly poor. In the end, the boy never showed, leaving the onlookers gathered in Scramble Crossing very upset, and with nowhere to direct their anger. The event was viewed as a travesty by the public, leading to a large amount of protests occurring against Today TV and Fujisan TV. The PR department of Today TV tells Zako Zako with the recent earthquake and the new gen cases, the eyes of the entire nation are all on Shibuya. As a public broadcasting organization, we admit that while the source may have indeed been questionable, we deem that it had merit in broadcasting. We stand by this decision. Could all this be connected to Shogun and the email he'd sent summoning me? Shogun had definitely sent me an email saying to come to Ofren at 9 p.m. That couldn't just be a random coincidence. And what's more... What the hell? Something was off here. Ah yeah, cause in this one it was the what was it called? Something, I don't know, I don't remember what it was, but instead of finger food, the 6th case was the uniform. Don't eat tricks, that's right. For one, the 6th new gen case should have been the dominate tricks. And 2, there'd been a 7 new gen case, Dokyun puzzle. Gen what? When did all that happened? Staring at the new gen bulletin, I froze completely. It took the sound of Sedatan's voice to bring me back to myself. Apparently, I had an ungodly amount of new emails, and my computer was finally ready to download them all. Oh my gosh, so many from Shogun. Scary! 53 new emails, and they were all from Shogun? Every single title was openly, entirely confrontational. I'd never once seen Shogun swear like that before. Feelings of fear and confusion made a disgusting, nasty sweat beat across my entire body. Nervous as could be, I clicked open the most recent email. I'm gonna kill you one. What's going on here? What was going on, goddammit? Subject, I'm gonna kill you, from Shogun to received. Not a single reply all week? I'm not the sort of moron you're making me out to be. If that's your plan, then I'll see to it that Nanami-chan gets tortured even more. If I overdo it a bit and she ends up dead, don't blame me for it. It'd be all your fault, not mine. You're the bad guy here. Is that how it works? But, calm down, take a deep breath. Now stop for a second and think. This is all just a delusion. Yeah, it was all just a dream. Just a dream, Takumi. I was gonna wake up, and then the laugh track would ensue. Then I'd realize that I was sleeping with Nanami in my bed, and then I'd be back in reality. Who could it be? A knocking sound resounded from my door. It was coming from outside. Who was it? I held my breath, eyes glued to the door. Silence, no sign of life at all. But the moment I thought I'd just been hearing things, the knocking sound came again. I hadn't been hearing things. Oh god, was it Shogun? After all this time, had he finally come here to kill me? And yet, when I heard the voice from beyond the door, it was beyond even my wildest expectations. Oh, Nanami.
Nanami.
Huh? How? My eyes snapped to the bed. Nanami should have been asleep there. Rolled right under the white sheets.
Oi, Nanami. Okiro.
Climbed partway up the ladder to the bed, then told Nanami to wake up. And yet the sheets didn't move an inch. Something wasn't right.
Nanami!
I violently threw them off, and beneath them, I feel like it's gonna be something scary. Oh, we're just a bunch of cardboard boxes. Okay, that's okay. Nanami wasn't there. My mind went blank. And not only was Nanami not there, but the bed wasn't even clean. It would have been impossible to sleep in. There were boxes upon boxes stuffed full of manga and eroge. That was how it looked before Nanami had cleaned it up yesterday. But now, it was right back to normal. Right back to being a spot I used for storage. Wait. Hadn't Nanami cleaned up yesterday? I looked around the room. Oh yeah, it's messy. Not a damn thing about it was even close to clean. Why hadn't I noticed that sooner after waking up a few minutes ago? I was at a total loss. My memories were all jumbled up. She's still knocking. I heard a voice from outside again. Nanami's voice. Who was that, Nanami? Where was the Nanami I'd slept with? What happened to the naked, trembling Nanami? I didn't understand. I didn't understand a damn thing. I stumbled my way to the door, then clung onto it. The inside was locked with a padlock. The entire container had been a locked room. It would have been impossible for Nanami to sneak out while I'd been asleep. I was on the brink of tears. This had to be an attack from Shogun. Still, I knew I had to open the door, because outside was Nanami's voice. It was incredibly weak, and it was calling for me. And so I undid the lock, and then... I'm surprised with him, like, you know, being as paranoid as he is, that he doesn't have, like, a camera or, like, some way to look outside, you know, without opening the door. And so I undid the lock, and then I slowly opened the door. Okay, I'm gonna half look away in case it's scary. Okay, it's this Nanami. Okay. Nanami was there, wearing her missing uniform, her entire body covered in blood, her right hand severed, wielding a blade I'd never seen before, a D-sword. Her hollow eyes turned toward me. Stunned as could be, I couldn't say a word. Oh yeah, also I guess he never, obtained a D-sword in this route, huh?
どうしてあの時来て1週間も待ってたのに鬼助けてって
And we're not
ずっと
woozy anymore here.
呼んでたのに
This was a delusion. This was a delusion. This was a delusion.
右手が痛いの返して7の右手右手を返して朝起きてから右手がちょっとズキズキするの
Which was real? Which was a delusion? What was I looking at? Who had I been talking to until now? Where had that Nanami gone? Where had this Nanami come from?
鬼
Suddenly, I heard Nanami's voice come from behind me. In front of me was Nanami covered in blood. Behind me was Nanami calling out to me. Fear gripping me, I nervously turned around, and behind me was Nanami. Dun dun dun. Wearing the clothes I'd lent her, her right hand still perfectly attached. Two Nanamis. Two Nanamis. Oh!
そいつ誰
New sprite. The two Nanamis spoke in unison. When Nanami saw Nanami, her expression grew puzzled. When Nanami also saw Nanami, her expression grew tearful. Caught between two Nanamis, I
これは妄想だ
sank to the floor, clutching my head. If this was a delusion, I wanted to wake up already. I didn't want to see a delusion this horrifying. And yet, no matter how much I wanted to wake up, I couldn't get back to reality.
その偽物何なの
The bloodstained Nanami shifted and swayed. She held onto her D-sword, a sword both pitiful and sinister, with a height comparable to even her own.
なんで偽物が鬼と一緒にいるのそいつのせいでナナは偽物じゃないよそっちこそそんな変な剣持って 偽物じゃん。
Both voices belong to Nanami. Both faces belong to Nanami. Both called me Big Bro. Which Nanami was real? Which Nanami was fake? Were they both real? Were they both fake?
偽物のくせにお兄から離れてよ。
Oh. The bloodstained Nanami brandished her D-sword with one hand, then he swung it with incredible ease. The end of it was aimed straight toward the non-blood-stained Nanami's neck. Making no attempt to avoid it, Nanami froze in place. It hit her head-on. The brutal, unforgiving edge of the D-sword dug into her neck, and then... it slipped right through. The non-blood-stained Nanami should have been decapitated, and yet there wasn't even a drop of blood. She wasn't even injured. She simply stood there, just as she had been the whole time. There wasn't any doubt that Nanami had swung the D-sword, and without a amount of force behind it, Nanami's head should have been blown clean off. So I guess she's just not real.
偽物。あ、ナナは
Stop.
偽物だからだよ。偽物じゃない。
Shut up already.
お兄、離れて。そいつか。違うよ、お兄。ナナは。
黙れよ。
I couldn't help but scream. It was all just so
どっ
confusing.
ちかが妄想だ。僕の妹はナナミは二人は存在しないんだ。
I alternated between the two Nanamis, comparing them. Both looked like Nanami to me, so I turned to the one wearing my sweatshirt. I wished from the bottom of my heart that this Nanami was real, that the Nanami I'd held tightly in my bed was real. And so I followed my desire. I reached out my hand toward her face. Also, I could gently brush her cheek. Is it gonna go through? But just like the D-sword before me, my hand slipped right through her. Even though Nanami was right there, I couldn't touch her. I'd felt nothing there, as if she were a holographic projection. I was overwhelmed by an uncontrollable sadness. Tears flooded from my eyes in large drops.
嘘だよ。ナナは偽物じゃないよ。ねえ、お兄、そうだよね。そうだって言ってよ。
Nanami tried to cling on to me, and I tried to hold her in return. And yet, just as I feared, the Nanami before me had no substance. My hand slipped right through her body.
違う。ナナはここにいるもん。
Nanami's right hand firmly grasped my left. Her right hand, though, is it the real Nanami's hand? Question mark. I could feel it. I could feel her frail strength grasping my hand. I could feel neither her body, nor her head, nor her neck. Only her right hand was touching me. Is only her right hand real?
化け物。
Nanami without a right hand shouted out.
お兄から今すぐ離れて。
The very next second, all power drained from her body, and while still holding onto her D-sword, she fell to the ground with a thud. Sweat was pouring from that Nanami's forehead. The color was draining from her face. Considering her right hand had been cut off, and she was bleeding profusely, it was only a matter of time until she passed out. An awful thought crossed through my mind. I knew it couldn't be true, but I couldn't stop myself from thinking about it. In my mind, it was the only answer to all of this. An answer that was no less than a nightmare. Oh,
そう
Rimi.
だよ。
I heard a voice. A voice that wasn't Nanami's.
タクが今考えた通りなの。
Behind the fallen Nanami, standing outside the door, was...
リミ。
Wielding a wing-like D-sword, Sakiata Rimi was standing right there. Our eyes met. She looked at me with deeply sad eyes.
あなたが今右手を握っているそのナナちゃんはあなたがリアルブートしようとしている存在。
Real Boo?
現実に耐えられなくなったあなたが産んだの。理想度を持ってるナナちゃんが本物なんだよ。嘘言わないでよ。ナナの方が本物だもん。たく、あなたは
Oh, I see in
ナ
the
ナちゃんの
box.
切断された手首を見てショック状態になったの。そして妄想した。そんな手首は見てないって。ナナちゃんは5体満足で無事だって。
I hadn't seen a hand. Shogun had only sent a bloodstained cell phone. Or had the hand been there? Maybe I've been trying not to see it? Maybe I've been refusing to? So she was saying that Nanami being naked was something I made up, and that the real Nanami, the one standing in front of me covered in blood and missing a right hand, had been kidnapped by Shogun?
本当なの。ねえタク、あなたがしようとしていることは人間を一人丸々作り出すっていう恐ろしい行為なんだよ。あなたは今核兵器のエネルギーをも上回る力を使ってる。
She have even a nuclear
その
weapon.
せいでこの1週間あなたはほとんど昏睡状態だった。
I see.
タク、このままじゃ本当にこの世界に、それに命の灯火が失われていく人がいるんだよ。だから
嘘だ。
ごめんね。あなたを守れなかった私の、だけどお願い、現実を見て、今すぐ。お兄、これ以上妄想、私があなたを殺す。
I feel like we are going to be killed here. Maybe. I shook off Nanami's right hand. It was all too much. I couldn't take it anymore. I didn't have the slightest clue what to believe. Believing Mimi's explanation? I just couldn't. Believing Nanami was standing there in tears? I just couldn't. Believing Nanami, who was lying there grasping a D sword? I just couldn't. Believing myself and what I felt? I just couldn't. What I wished for was something simple. A quiet, peaceful life with nothing to disturb it. A wonderful, blissful future with Nanami, with my sister. That was all I wished for. That was all I hoped for. Was I not allowed that wish? Was I not allowed that hope? Then everyone should just disappear. This whole world should just be erased. And in my own head, disturbed by no one, inside my delusion, I could live in a world neither fake nor real. A world with just the two of us. Just me and one Nanami.
僕は
I peered into Nanami's eyes. They were glistening with tears. Nanami was looking at me.
ナナミがいてくれればそれでいいんだ。
I whispered that aloud, and the very next second. Oh, it's happening. The world jolted.
サードメルト、
The third one. My wish had come true. The world was enveloped in white. All and everything was consumed by it. And as literally as could be, it was all erased. Well, okay. No. Oh, this is the ceiling of the container, yeah. When I opened my eyes, I saw the familiar ceiling of my container house. I was lying on my back, right on top of my bed. Huh? Ah, he's back at the bed, where... Nanami. Had I fallen asleep? It felt like I'd just been dreaming about something truly horrifying, like I'd just been dreaming about something truly nauseating. But it had just been a dream. It couldn't have been anything else. Whether that was reality or just a dream didn't matter to me. Whether this was reality or just a delusion didn't matter to me either. I felt a gentle weight on my chest. Moving my eyes toward it, I saw her. It was Nanami sprawled out on my chest. Our eyes met. Nanami is watching me closely. Her eyes were wet, her cheeks dyed the color of cherry blossoms.
昨日の夜はありがとう。
At first, I didn't understand what she meant.
ナナの気持ち受け入れてくれて嬉しかった。お兄に愛してもらえて、お兄のこと今までよりずっとずっと好きになっちゃった。
Right, so this must have been one of those so-called character roots you saw in Erogen. Surprisingly enough, I took the situation in stride. Okay. Nanami seemed cuter than ever right now. I couldn't help but think about how lovable she was. I saw her both as my sister and as a girl.
これからもたくさんナナのこと愛してね。
だが断るって言ったら。
Old habits die hard, I guess. Nanami's face soured as she sat up.
もう真面目な話してるのにお兄のバカ。
She got out of bed. Crap, how could I possibly make it up to her? That was when I noticed what was in my hand. Bringing it closer to my face, I realized what it was. A bangle. It wasn't the one I'd given her before, however. This one was way fancier, way cuter. It would look really good on her. Thinking that to myself, I got out of bed too. I'm just thinking, I feel like
ナナミ、これプレゼント。
at some point it's just gonna end super abruptly because Mimi's gonna like kill us or something. Unless she's just gone and we're just, you know, if the whole world is gone except for him. I slipped it on Nanami's right wrist as she stared blankly at me. It was a little like putting a wedding ring on her finger, and that made me feel pretty damn awkward.
わあ、かわいいバングルだ。ナナにくれるの？
When I nodded, Nanami smiled from the bottom of her heart. She looked happier than I'd ever seen her before.
ナナミ、ずっとナナミとずっと一緒に。
やだな。あ、だ。
本気だよ。
お兄、それってそれとも
両方。
両方。お兄の気持ち、ナナのこと
キモいかな。
キモくないよ。まあ鬼ただし。
条件。
あのね。
Nanami squirmed ever so slightly, her face turned bright red. What could this be? She then stared directly into my eyes.
キスしてほしいな。
Those were her words. I'd do anything, Nanami asked. My mind was already made up. She and I would live together, just the two of us. I didn't need anything else. As long as I had Nanami, nothing else mattered.
ダメ？兄弟でキスなんて不潔かな。
I shook my head.
そんなことないよ。
お兄。
Oh.
大好き。
With those words, Nanami leapt into my arms and kissed me. I was kissing my little sister. This is so... They're really doing it, huh? I mean... I guess this is all his delusion, in a sense, but like... I was overwhelmed with happiness. For some reason, for only just a moment, I felt incredibly sad. Warm drops found their way down my cheeks. Ugh. This was reality. And as those tears flowed, I felt deep within my heart. This world where Nanami was, I wouldn't let anyone harm it. I'd absolutely make sure it would stay safe. No matter what happened, I'd always protect it. This font is cute. But oh my goodness. Rest in peace, real Nanami. And the world, I guess. Oh. This would have been a cute CG if it wasn't him. That was a roller coaster of a route. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Takumi! Takumi! They really did that. Song does go hard though. And will it actually, is it just ending like this for real? No death at the end? I guess not. Okay, Daydream reached Nanami's ending. Okay. What a ride. Oh my goodness. Okay, and then I'll just start getting to the next route. But I probably won't play for too much longer. Yeah. I might just play until like... Well, let me see. Okay, it says... for Yuaru, as you progress, a handful of Yua-related intermissions will be interspersed throughout the story. Skip will disengage during these scenes. Here to read them for additional context. The game will branch into the route in Chapter 7. Well, I'll go until maybe like the first Yua intermission. Maybe. I'm like torn, I don't know. Let me see. Okay, oh wait, let's take a look. This should be, yeah. Whose eyes are those eyes? 100%. Wow. 3 out of 9 endings reached. 270%. We're getting there. We're getting there for real. But so let's start a new game. And then E. E. Okay. I wonder, Okay, sure. Oh, I guess it's. I guess this is new, so it's not letting me skip. Oh, okay, and now, okay. Yeah, I guess there's nothing faster than this. I mean, it goes pretty fast. I guess it's just that there's so much dialogue that it still ends up taking a while. Oh, and then I guess we can just choose yes for all of these. And then for you, it's I felt bad. And we'll just need to go neutral for that one. But I think we can just do yes for all of these. Oh, wait. I guess I can't see the log right now. Oh wait, no, I can. Wait, I felt bad. No, I guess no. It's later than this, right? Alright, wait. Oh no, wait, no, it is this. Oops. I messed up. Let's just do this again. This is the one where I needed to pick the things for Yua's route. Oops, I didn't realize it was that one. It was so early on. Alright, we'll get it this time. Okay. Alright. Okay, let me just try to pick this. Well, I'm like, what if I pick a different one? I guess it's like a complete. I don't think it even. I'll just go with. I think I picked this before. Okay, yeah. We're going. That sound effect. Those eyes are those eyes. Okay. Okay, and here it is. And we do go neutral for this. I felt bad. Okay. And then we have to go no, yes. Coincidence? No. I'm making up, it's all in my head. No. Legion killer somewhere in this school? Yes. I wrote this trying to provoke me? Yes. And I should definitely erase it. Yes.
なあ、どうしたんだ？
You recognize it, right? Discovered Yua's story. Misumi-kun walked up to me, grabbed my shoulder, and gave me a good shake.
聞いてる？おーい、タク。
It must have just been a common phrase, or something. In other words, it was just a stupid, pointless scribble. I tried to tell myself that, but I still couldn't calm down, so in the end, I just went up and erased it, moving quickly so that nobody would notice. Oh, he actually went and erased it. Okay. PC Cafe. Steaks. Scary, spooky. Oh. Sedatan to calm down. Shibuya Station was a much different place in the early morning than it was later in the day. Okay, let me save. Around her boot also. I'll just do a new save file, I guess. Eyes and Eyes. Chapter 1. I guess yeah. In chapter 7 it'll save. You are out. Okay. Young people were scarce, and countless businessmen, following the jarring ride on the crowded trains, rushed out of the station and scattered every which way into Shibuya. It was a place marked by indolence, yet engulfed by an air of restlessness. The students of Suimei Academy carried that with them as well. However, the number of them present was rather sparse. Shibuya Station was about 20 minutes away from Suimei by foot, and on top of that, part of the route was an uphill trek via Dogenzaka. Most Suimei students taking the train would depart at the stop nearest to the Academy, Shinsen Station. Kusunoki Yuat, meanwhile, took on the unnecessary task of walking from Shibuya Station. Waking up early for this did not cause any headaches for her. The heart of Shibuya was often suffocatingly crowded, but as soon as one began the walk up Dogenzaka, the number of pedestrians dropped sharply. Taking the extra time to walk and breathe in the refreshing morning air was something Yua quite enjoyed. Part of the reason why she chose to walk from Shibuya Station was to see the news displayed on the jumbotrons above Scramble Crossing. As she waited for the pedestrian signal to change, Yua peered up at Ofan's jumbotron just as she always did. Third New Gen incident. And upon doing so, she gasped in shock. The captions running across the screen before her had taken her breath away. The headline read, Third New Gen incident. A certain boy's face rocketed to the forefront of her mind. A boy whom she did not know, nor had she ever spoken with. But it was a face she had seen the previous morning at school. Though, for Yua, that was evidence enough to convince her that he was the true culprit behind New Gen. Yua could recall the events of the previous morning vividly. Woozy, 7 a.m. Suimei Private Academy. Yua marched quickly through the empty halls. It seemed that no others had arrived yet. Her expression rigid, she gazed straight ahead without faltering. Without a hint of restraint in her stride, Yua advanced onward, stopping only once she arrived at a certain classroom. The sign which framed the room numbers said 2C. Following a quick gaze to confirm her destination, Yua slid the door open without hesitation. 2C was not her homeroom. As a third year, she should have had no reason to even set foot in there. Absolutely no reason at all. That was how it would be under normal circumstances, at least. But right then, she had a specific goal in mind. After methodically scanning the empty classroom, Yua approached the blackboard. Ah, she's writing it. Whose eyes are those eyes? She perused a selection of chalk colors for a brief moment before picking up a pristine white piece. Then, using intentionally poor handwriting, she wrote a single sentence on the blackboard. So is she the one... She whispered the words to herself after writing them. Gently placing the chalk back down, she surveyed the room once more. Oh. Her whispers continued for nobody to hear but herself. If you do that... In the silence of the empty classroom, her intimidating voice echoed.
隠れて見て
I
い
think
る
so. Hiding watching. She's so scary.
あなたは私の顔なんて全く知ら
Oh
ない
my
だろうけ
gosh,
ど
yeah.
私は知ってるわ知ってるのあなたの顔を知ってるだから私はあなたを見ている黒板に書かれた文を見てあなたがどんな態度
Oh
を
my
取る
goodness.
ちゃんと見ておく
Well, I guess we'll see what happens now. Now that she has
駐
seen
車場を宅に
him erase it. My gosh. Yua forcefully bit her lip. After she had finished her task, Yua made her way up to the roof to kill time until the students of 2C finally arrived. Then, 10 minutes before the bell rang, Yua returned to the hallway. Peering in through the door, she kept an eye out for anyone who might react to her inscription of "Whose eyes are those eyes?" And just as she had predicted, a certain panicked schoolboy was the one to erase the words. One look at his face and she could tell exactly who it was. Nishijo Takumi.
私は知ってるわ知ってるのあなたよあなたしかいない
She muttered those words to herself, only for them to be drowned out by a speaker mimicking the sound of pigeons cooing. The pedestrian signal at the scramble had changed colors. The massive wave of pedestrians collectively seized their standstill and began moving once more. However, Yua remained where she was, paying no heed to the possibility that she may be in the way of those trying to cross. She simply stood in place, focusing all her attention on the subtitles that appeared up on the Jumbotron. Okay. Nanami. Okay. We'll just neutral. Go. I'm kind of tempted to play the that voice impression game again. It was so fun. So silly. Go. I also got like a surprising amount of 100s. I think I also just had really low expectations going in, but it was fun. Voice making game was cool, yeah. It really was so fun. Yeah, so many games to stream. Ah, Kusunoki Yua was born with a twin sister. Okay, I guess we're just narration. However, she had died 1 month ago. It had been ruled a suicide. The two were like a pair of couple necklaces, incomplete without one another. Their bond simply was not comparable to that of ordinary sisters. The shock of her death left Yua feeling as if she were only half the person she once was. That was how much she adored her twin sister. When she heard the news, an endless waterfall of tears sprang forth from her eyes. She collapsed onto her sister's bed, desperately searching for the girl who had been living there. Until only yesterday. Hold on a second. Why did she have to die? Yua searched for any answer at all, but found none. It wasn't really suicide. She would never kill herself. Somebody must have murdered her. These thoughts only fueled the flame of her grief. Maybe, Yua thought, maybe she left behind a message that nobody's found yet. Tormented by feelings of guilt, she began rummaging through her sister's possessions, and when she did, she found a single diary, and within it were the words, "Whose eyes are those eyes?" written many, many, many times. Whose eyes are those eyes? Sono me, dare no me. This was a clear cry for help from her sister. Even so, Yua had no idea what the phrase meant. With nothing to lose, she decided to search for it online. And then I guess, yeah, she saw that his essay that he wrote. Among the results, she discovered a single essay. Nishijo Takumi. Title Armpits? National Ministry of Education. National Elementary School Writing Contest. List of winners. We are here to honor the talent of the outstanding young people that are our future. We received over 2,731 applications from all over Japan this year. From these applicants, the National Elementary School Writing Contest sponsors, the Ministry of Education, and the Kairoku newspaper have decided on the following winners. Winners list of the winning entries. Click on the titles in order to read any of the winning essays. Title: A Raven's Hair. Teeth thinner. Plastic printing. Caterpillars and vampires. Interesting. Whose eyes are those eyes? Armpits? Winning winners winning. Castorade. No. Okay, well. One that had been entered into the National Elementary School Writing Contest. It was a competition that had been held 6 years ago by the Ministry of Education, and the title of one of the winning essays was Whose Eyes Are Those Eyes? The author's name was written beside the essay title. While the kanji could be read in multiple ways, the correct reading was clarified. Nishijo Takumi, a 5th grade elementary schooler at the time. However, that was where the trail went cold. She had no idea what connection Nishijo Takumi had with her sister's death. Then came an incredible coincidence. It was rather common for Yua to pass by Shoto Park on her way to school. And in that park, about twice a week, she would spot a lonesome schoolboy eating bread. As Yua observed him in his time of solitude, she somehow grew fond of seeing him. On her way to school one day, Yua happened to run into a friend of hers at the station. The two of them decided to walk together, eventually coming across the boy on the bench. Upon seeing him, her classmate spoke up.
あいつ2年の西条っていう子らしいよ。弟が同じクラスでさ、引きこもりのキモオタなんだって。クスノキ、あんなやつに興味持つのやめときなよ。
Nishijo. The characters in his name would normally be read as Saijo. For it to be read as Nishijo was an anomaly. There was no way it was a mere coincidence. As soon as she could, Yua got her hands on the list of second-year Suimei Academy students. And there it was, that name. Nishijo Takumi. Still, the shared name would not stand on its own as decisive evidence. It, too, could be merely coincidental. So, Yua decided to put her theory to the test. Whose eyes are those eyes? She wrote those words on the blackboard and watched as he trembled in fear. That was not the end of it either. Leaked eyewitness reports from the crucifixion incident, which claimed a Suimei Academy student was spotted fleeing the scene, exploded across the internet. Yua had all the evidence she needed. Nishijo Takumi was a suspect, and he very well could have been the one who had murdered her sister. Dun dun dun. Another week came, and with it another school day. As usual, I headed to school with my head hung low, depressed as ever. Autumn was starting to come into full swing. The leaves of the trees in Shoto Park were slowly changing color, and I was starting to feel chilly in my short-sleeve uniform. I supposed it made sense that I'd be surprised by the change of season, given I rarely went outside in the first place. I still hadn't really registered that summer had ended. My weekend had consisted of non-stop ESO. Grandma kept on bugging me about Yua, but I just ignored him. I hadn't gotten an email from Yua since that first one. I hadn't replied to her first one either, so maybe she'd finally given up on me. I really hoped that was the case. Whenever I talked to Yua, my feelings always got all jumbled up. Oh wait, I just realized it. Is this... okay. At some point, skipping. Oh, where's Yua now? We've been with her, I guess. Hold on. Okay, then we'll go neutral here. She becomes scary. It's like, yeah, I approached you on purpose. Chapter 2. Okay. Dr. Takashina. Hazuki wearing glasses.
滝
Wait, what? Yeah, no, yeah, she is wearing glasses. Okay, there's this again. Okay, I was thinking maybe I can do, like, so we've gotten completely delusional and not delusional at all. So I'm like, maybe I should try, like, only ticking one, and then also ticking all of them except for one. I'm like, maybe there are, 5 different results, you know? So I think this time I will check the box for all of them except for one. I mean, maybe I'll do all except for like 2, just for good measure. I don't know what the ranges would actually be. I mean, well, how many things are there actually? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Okay. So... Okay, so then... There... 0... Oh... Wait. 105 is 5, but then there's like an extra 1 there, I guess, because inclusive of 0, right? But what? Okay, so maybe I'll leave 6 off. Just in case. I don't know, we'll see. We'll see how this turns out, I guess. Okay. I mean, we can always just go back really easily, also. The skipping of the dialogue. Thinking of you all. The cases. Caught on camera. Yeah, Phantasm. I'm looking into them, going to the venue. Yeah. Okay, and we'll just go neutral. Whenever we hit the next little intermission, I think I'll stop for the night, but... Cell phone shopping with Nanami, wow! Fast food restaurant, Ghetto Froggy. Burger. Okay, back home. The Vampire. Chapter 3. Shogun. Oh yeah, okay, Sunday. She has a sword. Okay. Now let me walk into school. The car. Guy with a backpack. I guess at school, wow. Find your sword. That will be your salvation. Oh, dot dot dot. What's this? What do you mean, Mimi? Or is this gonna be like a different thing now? Is Yua gonna be there? There's no response, but why would there be? I'll be much more terrified if there had been.
Eh?
Oh wait, I forgot. I said I would. I would stop. Let's see who it is. I won't leave us on a cliffhanger. That bad, at least. I heard something. Upon hearing it, I immediately whipped around. I'd lost today's no turning around game. There was no one else in the room. Was it just a hallucination? Please be a hallucination. From the bottom of my heart, that was all I hoped for. Okay, I guess this is not when we meet me. Came again. It was the sound again. I couldn't weasel my way out of this. It was the sound of someone knocking on my door from the outside. In other words, someone was here. Practically no human beings ever came to visit me. Even newspaper salesmen wouldn't bother getting up on the roof. All I could think of was... a delivery guy? No, I wasn't supposed to be getting any packages today. Nanami? No, Nanami would be so much more obnoxious. She'd be banging on the door, screaming, "Big bro, open up!" making my eardrums bleed. Yua? Chances of that were high. She'd been to my base once before. Had the demon girl ordered her to come and kill me? But if that were true, why would she bother knocking? The knocking sound continued. I was completely frozen in place, trying to figure out what to do, but I couldn't come up with a single good idea that quickly. I started freaking out more and more. Wait, I could just pretend like I wasn't home. Or is that being too cautious? No, there's no such thing right now. She had gotten incredibly dangerous recently after all. If it was Yua, there was absolutely no way I could let her in. If I did, it'd be pretty much asking to get killed. On a related note, was my door locked? I stared in the direction of the door, but thanks to the darkness, I couldn't see very well. Zoom in. I slowly got up and tiptoed toward the door, being careful not to make a sound. When I reached the center of the room, I finally knew for sure. The door wasn't locked! Oh no! Dun dun dun! Is she gonna open the door and come in? Chills assaulted my entire body. My heartbeat increased rapidly when anxiety shot up along with it. I'd forgotten to lock my goddamn door. If someone just waltzed right on in right now and stabbed me in the back, I would have no right to complain. I had to lock it, fast. If I made a sound, they'd immediately find out that I was just pretending to not be home, but that was far better than letting them get inside. I was about to bolt toward the door when... he tripped. I accidentally stepped on an empty box lunch that had fallen on the floor. I slipped to an almost comical degree and landed hard on my ass. The extreme pain made me moan in silent agony. Oh, it's over for him. And then right before my eyes, the door slowly began to open. I didn't know who it was, but whoever had been knocking was now opening the door of their own accord. I tried to get up, but the pain kept my body from listening to me. All I could do was stare with teary eyes as the door opened. The first thing I saw was a hand. The sleeve on it was clearly from a Suime Academy uniform. Next, I saw hair, a little longer than Nanami's, but shorter than Yua's. I didn't know who it was. Mia? The hair stirred, and the last thing I saw was a face suddenly peeking into the room. Oh, Nimi.
Konnichiwa.
Oh, it is Nimi. I guess it was just different this time. That was when I finally realized who it was. Ugh. Oh, that's why he just... That's right. That's when he just knows I was Demon Girl. A person I never would have expected. The worst possible plot twist. Feelings of intense despair threatened to steal every bit of hope away from me. The Demon Girl! I thought it'd be Yua. I never would have thought the demon girl herself would come marching in.
いたいた。
Our eyes met, and right as they did, the demon girl smiled with glee. Her smile sent chills down my spine.
どうしてすぐ返事してくれないの？
Oh no. Her hand hidden by the door had to be gripping one of those cross-shaped stakes. It had to be. She'd finally come to kill me. She was gonna kill me as she laughed and laughed in pure ecstasy. It had to be because of the detectives I'd talked to. She'd seen me do it with her clairvoyance. Oh, don't kill me! I tried to scream, but I was too terrified to make a sound.
コロッケ？
Tilting her neck to the side, the demon girl unleashed a strange incantation. It had to be some demonic tongue. She was cursing me! In hopes of gaining as much distance as possible from her, I frantically started crawling backward. My hand slipped countless times on random garbage scattered across the floor as I scrambled for the farthest thing away from her, my computer desk.
入っていいかな？っていうか、入っちゃいます。
The demon girl began encroaching further upon my territory. She even politely took off her
お邪魔しちゃっ
shoes.
た。あ、散らかってても私平気だから気にしないでね。
The door closed. My ski boot had been cut off. However, despite what I thought earlier, the demon girl was only carrying a bag. I didn't see anything resembling a deadly weapon. Wait, that just meant it was inside her bag. It had to be. I had to be extremely careful. The second I let my guard down, she'd swoop in and end me. Or maybe she already had with that curse she'd placed on me a minute ago. In a few days, my entire body would suddenly start spewing blood everywhere, and I'd die right then and there.
頼むよ。殺さないで。
I got down on my hands and knees, cradling my head between my arms. Those goddamn detectives had completely effed me over.
警察？
それに話してもちっとも信じてもらえてなかったし。
It was the lineman to buy me some time. The old detective had said he'd guarantee my safety. If he was doing his job properly, he had to have sent at least one officer over to my place. Upon thinking that, I suddenly realized I'd given the old man my phone number, but I hadn't given him my address.
ビシッ。
Bishi? Suddenly, the demon girl assumed a pose resembling a salute. And what was just as, if not more strange, was what she'd said. It was almost like a sound effect. Was it another demonic curse?
独り言はやめるべし。
Bishi?
殺さないでとか警察がどうとか私には何のことかさっぱりだよ。
What? Was she trying to play dumb? Or was this her roundabout way of threatening me, and in actuality she was saying, forget the truth, act as if nothing ever happened? What the hell was she thinking? Hadn't she come here to kill me?
ほら、立てる？立とう。
The demon girl walked toward me, then slowly reached out her hand. Her expression was so gentle, and now that I was seeing her up close, she was actually pretty cute. Damn it, I was letting her get to me. Stop acting like a goddamn idiot. Was I seriously calling a demon pretty cute? She was a murderer. She'd used Ya and Shogun to trap me, and now she'd come to finish me off herself. Don't trust her. I'd already learned my lesson back with Ya. I'd never make the same mistake again. I refused to take her hand. Don't be deceived by this demon girl's smile. She was a demon trying to tempt me. If I gave in to that temptation, I'd die. Trust no one. Don't believe anything. Don't believe anything anyone says.
お前が。
あのさ、まさか殺人犯呼ばわりされるなんてね。
What was she gonna do with
ニュ
me?
ージェネの
Just like with the guy in the fourth case. Was she gonna...
殺すんでしょ。それとも岩とか。
ユア？将軍？誰それ？
Maybe the three of them had decided to work together. That way, I wouldn't be able to fight back when they beat me to death.
そんなの助けて。
じゃあ。
So that was her true goal.
そんなビビらないでよ。
お願いだ。もう二度とだ。
もしもーし。タク？ちょっと落ち着こう。
Acting like we were close or something, calling me Taku. Wait, actually, how did she know my name? She'd already known it back when we first met at the crucifixion crime scene. How? How did she know it? And also, how did she know where my base was?
当然でしょ。あなたの名前を知ってるのは。
Had she just read my mind? I knew she was clairvoyant. She knew my name, my address, all because she'd used her powers on me.
タクって前から思ってたことだけど。
Always. How long was she talking? Wait, had I just been talking to myself out loud just now? I hadn't been aware of it at all. Was that really true? Had I really been talking to myself out loud? Or was it possible that she was just lying to me and, in actuality, she'd read my mind?
タクの名前を知らないわけないよ。友達の名前くらい覚えるよ。
Friends?
それともタク、私のことか。面と向かってそういうこと言われると傷ついちゃうな。
Was someone here crazy? But who was it? Me? Her?
もしかして
そういえば近いうちに
小月。
カフェやるらしいよ。スカチン先生が言ってた。
There were two different conversations going on here. My terror from earlier, together with the anxiety of having no idea when I'd get killed, was starting to fade. But rushing in to replace it was a completely new kind of dread, slithering in to slowly erode my mind.
その顔はまさか。
誰だ
Who are they? A murderer, a demon girl, that was who.
うわ、タクこそクラスメートの顔を覚えてないんだ。ひどー。
Did she say classmate? So we weren't just friends, but classmates
で
too?
もまあしょうがないか。だからってちなみにはいはいそうなのね。じゃあ思い出させてあげますよっと。私は崎畑凛美。
And she just tells us this time. Instead of us being like, I know.
リアクションなしかい。崎畑凛美。思い出した？
I hadn't even heard the name before. Besides, other than Yua, I never met a 3D girl who talked to me like we were this close in my life. And Yua was the demon girl's underling. Wait, that was it! What the girl calling herself Sakihata was doing right now was exactly the same as what Yua had done. This temptress knew I wasn't used to interacting with 3D girls, so she was attempting to lead me into a trap by behaving all friendly and trying to seduce me. It was the same exact strategy. And the thing is, while I barely remembered my classmates' faces at all, and I didn't plan to either, I could say with absolute certainty that I'd never seen this girl's face in the same classroom as me before. Probably. Damn it, I couldn't completely rule it out. After all, whenever I was at school, I was usually glued to my desk until the final bell, pretending to be asleep, having delusions, staring at my desk, or feigning reading my textbooks. I didn't do anything else. I had next to no memory of my classmates' names and faces, so I didn't even try to remember any. Which was it? Was she telling the truth, or was it all a lie? No, it didn't matter whether or not we were classmates, because the one thing I knew for sure, the one hard, indisputable fact, was that she had committed murder.
たく記憶力ゼロ？じゃあ大臣に聞いてみて。
Daijin? What the hell was that? Was that a person or some secret code? Another demonic
大
incantation?
臣だよ大臣。
Miss me.
三角大輔。
She knew Misumi-kun's name? And not only that, but she was calling him Daichin? She wouldn't call him that unless they were really
というわ
close.
けで、はい。
The demon girl quickly zeroed in on my cell phone that I had left lying on the sofa, picked it up and held it out to me. It seemed like she wanted me to try calling Misumi-kun. I didn't like using phones, but she might kill me if I went against her orders. Driven by fear and with no other choice, I went to call him. Only to realize I didn't know his phone number. Upon seeing me freeze up in confusion, the demon girl tilted her head in confusion once again. Then, after a moment, she came up beside me and peered over my shoulder at the screen. Her hair swayed as she moved, sending the pleasant fragrance of shampoo drifting down to the tip of my nose. No! She's a demon! I'll never let her seduce me. I'm not into 3D. Lend me your power, Seirata.
もしかして番号知らない？だったら先にそう言ってくれなきゃ。ごめんごめん。
With a light apology, the demon girl snatched the phone from my hand. Her fingers grazed mine for a fleeting moment. They were warm. I guess both demons and humans had the same blood running through their veins.
大地の番号はね、ほいほいほいの。
The demon girl entered his number without a hitch. It was clear she dialed it many times before.
つながった。
She held the cell phone out to me with a smile. Not knowing what else to do, I ended up taking it for no real reason and putting it up to my ear. I heard the sound of the phone ringing. Eventually, that sound stopped and was replaced by the voice of Misumi-kun. Yellow? They didn't give their name. It sounded like they were downtown or something, as I could hear a bunch of noise coming through the receiver. I really hated phones. I had no idea whether or not it was Misumi-kun on the other end. The voice sounded like his, but I also had the strange feeling that something was slightly different about it.
大地出た？
This time, the demon girl peered at me from right in front of me. Shoot, she was way too close. I turned my back to her and steeled myself. Yup. Us indeed. Wait, wasn't that a bit strange? How'd he figured out that it was me that quickly? I hadn't even gotten halfway through my name yet. Oh. For example, there was the possibility that the demon girl had made a phone call to someone who only sounded like Misumi-kun. Maybe this person who sounded like Misumi-kun was just another underling of hers, and he was only pretending to be Misumi-kun in order to trick me. Maybe the demon girl already knew that I didn't know Misumi-kun's phone number, and so she'd been leading up to this all this time. I was starting to doubt anything and everything. I didn't know what was true and what was a lie. Hold on, what the hell kind of trap was the demon girl trying to make me fall into anyway? Why bother with a trap this elaborate? In a situation like this, wouldn't it be easier and quicker for her to just go ahead and kill me already? Or was there some reason behind it, some kind of prerequisite saying she had to trick me, even if it meant taking it this slow? No, maybe it was some hidden camera type thing spearheaded by Misumi-kun. The girl wasn't actually my classmate, but Misumi-kun's girlfriend, and he'd sent her here in order to screw with me. As if. If that were the case, how the hell would I explain everything that had happened at the crucifixion crime scene? Yeah, I'm stoked. His tone of voice sounded exactly like Misumi-kun's. The more I heard, the more convinced I was that the person on the other end had to be him. Should I start talking? I sensed a gaze on my back. The girl was staring at me. The chills on the back of my neck still hadn't gone away. What kind of expression was the demon girl making? I wanted to turn around and see for myself, but I was too scared.
うちクラスいる女子先畑って名前の
Despite steadily becoming more and more incoherent, I somehow managed to explain myself. Suddenly, Misumi-kun stopped responding. Silence. However, I could still hear the noise of the city around him, so the call hadn't disconnected or anything. Why wasn't he talking? Okay. Next thing I heard was an extremely exaggerated sigh. Gamer brain. Where'd that come from? And not only was it completely out of left field, but he brought up that BS condition that had been coined despite having no scientific backing whatsoever. Yarimi. How? This is all about the same as it was. I couldn't comprehend what the person that sounded like Misumi-kun was saying. He'd said that the demon girl and I had been in the same class since first year, and that the three of us had seen a movie together pretty recently. Pretty recently, but when exactly? How whimsical we both are. The words I heard on the other end of the call, not a single one of them felt real to me. I had absolutely no memory of any of it. I couldn't acknowledge that any of that had happened in the past. I just couldn't. It was all some story that the person who sounded like Misumi-kun had made up. It couldn't be my past. The past could only be established as truth if a person remembered it. So if I didn't remember it, it wasn't true.
君は誰だ？
Unable to take it anymore, I hung up the phone. My breathing had grown extremely heavy without me noticing. The sweat that had been beading on my forehead showed no signs of stopping. In fact, it was increasing. Long trails of sweat trickled down my entire body, starting from my face and ending at my feet.
たく、汗びっしょりだよ。
The demon girl, looking worried about me, calmly offered me a handkerchief. A cute, patternless vermilion handkerchief. There was a faint floral scent to it. Instead of taking it, I attempted to somehow maintain my composure and organize my thoughts about everything that was happening. But in the end, it didn't go too well. I was doubting anything and everything, causing all my thoughts to rapidly turn together into a chaotic whirlpool. Sighing in minor disappointment, the demon girl put away her handkerchief, and then, with a triumphant look on her face, she asked me a question.
で、大臣はなんて？
She was acting like she already knew the answer. I couldn't afford to answer her. What was she? An ordinary classmate of mine? Or a monster? I had no idea. Maybe I was the crazy one. Taking the chat with Shogun into consideration, I couldn't rule out the possibility that someone other than myself was controlling my body. Or maybe all my memories of the demon girl, of the girl named Sakiyata Rimi, had somehow gotten knocked right out of me due to some freak accident or something. At this point, I didn't know anything about myself for sure. Did I have amnesia? Did I sleepwalk? Or could it be something else
大
entirely?
丈夫？体、辛いならソファーで横になる？
The demon girl spoke to me kindly. Don't let your guard down. Anyone who acts nice to an otaku freak like me must have some kind of ulterior motive. I shook my head, putting my strong will to resist against the demon girl on full display. Then, using that same strength, I raised my head. Sweat got in my eyes, blurring my vision. The demon girl's face was a lot closer than I'd expected it to be. What color eyes were those?
なんで
なになに？
ここにいる？
ああ、ごめんね。勝手に入って。でも、ノックしてたんだよ。タクは全然出てきてくれないし。
Well, I guess you did knock.
中でものすごい。
なんで
今度。
ここにいる？
No one asked what caused her to trespass. No, my question was, what was her reason for coming here? If she'd come to kill me, she would have done it a long time ago. So why wasn't she doing anything? Oh, okay, I guess the rest is the same from here. Okay. Well, let's save. Okay, let me go to the title menu. Yes. Okay. Also, I thought about this earlier, but I kept on forgetting about it again. But I wanted to say, this is unrelated to the stream completely, pretty much, but I was reading this one webtoon recently. It's completed, so I ended up just binging it, but it was really good. It's called No Rose Without Thorns, but it's like there's this idol, and she's in, like, you know, she's like a K-pop idol in an idol group in the webtoon, but then she, like, there's two other members in her group, but they don't really like her. But then she's like secretly dating her manager, and then she's like, "It's my birthday. We should like spend some time together, you know?" So they're like in the car and they're going for like a drive or something. But then there's someone on the road, and then they end up being kidnapped, and so they have to like try to escape, there's like these 4 people and they're only calling each other by like alphabet letters. So there's like A, B, C, and D. And then, yeah. A lot of stuff happens, but there's like 100-ish episodes. Or chapters, I guess. But I binge read it in a few days. Interesting story. It's really good. I really like the art too. It's like, I guess the genre is like thriller, but some of the panels, I really like the color, how they use color in them to make them scary. It was really good. Yeah. Yeah. there's a lot that happens and I don't want to like spoil anything, but if anyone is in the mood to read a new webtoon, I really enjoyed it. Yeah. I like the art style too. I guess it, yeah. You could say it somewhat relates to this game because there's also violence. But yeah. But anyways, I will go eat a very late dinner / midnight snack now, I guess. Thanks for watching. Let me end the poll also. Do you like Nutella? 75% said yes, 25% said no. Majority did say yes, but there's a decent amount of people who said no. Interesting. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you. I hope you will as well. But yeah, I guess I'll go now. But I hope you all have a good rest of your day / night. Thank you for watching. Don't like Nutella? Yeah, I'm iffy about it, I think. Yeah. In small amounts, it's okay. But if there's like too much of it, then the texture and sweetness gets to me. But yeah. Hope you all have a good rest of your day / night. Thank you for watching once again. Bye bye. Good night. See you. Bye bye.